Let's see how things look now. It was kind of getting funny how frequent the unstable bitrate was, but I was getting enough of a dip in my upload speed compared to normal, and was looking at a high enough latency on my upload speed that I thought to myself, maybe this time it really is me. Maybe this time it's not OBS crashing or the Twitch servers. Because if it was the Twitch servers, then taking advantage of the disconnection protection, if I crash out of OBS, reopen OBS, roll the dice again, would have fixed it. But it didn't. This time it was all on me, folks. So, I've taken the time to unplug the router, plug it back in, wait for a bit, give myself a speed test, unplug my Wi-Fi adapter, plug my Wi-Fi adapter back in, and what do you know? What do you know? This time it was me after all. I think this time my router simply needed to enjoy a little snooze, a little time off. It's been working way too hard. But that's fine. That means everything is working all good now. We just need Europa Universalis to not crash out. Okay, so for the first part of stream, before we had to refix mine and internet, we got more building going, more infrastructure going. Basically, we're redoing yesterday's attempt with a bit more knowledge and a bit more emphasis on actually maintaining. Are these guys in Gulf of Napoli? You going anywhere? They're supposed to be set to patrol the seas, but I don't see them doing anything. We've also did a bit of antagonism here by sanctioning the Empire. We're gonna side with the Pope. So let's see, end requirements. 0%, 0%. My friends up here are gonna start getting gobbled up eventually, though, as different people annex them. Actually, yeah, Genoa's not on our side. So we could try going against Genoa. They're improving opinion. They have enemies. They have rivals. International Organization, Ghibellians, Catholic Church, Holy Roman Empire. They're in the Holy Roman Empire, as are these blues and greens. But there's nothing stopping me from declaring war on an individual party, right? To declare war on one isn't to declare war on everybody, is it? I don't actually know. I know that in Crusader Kings, it's basically treating it as one giant blob. If I want to go against Ulm, I better be prepared to go against everybody. But if they're suitably independent enough, then I probably won't have to worry. Almost forgot. The will of King Robert the Wise. We won't give away Naples. Little Giovanna will rule. That's what I want to see. I want to see Giovanna as my inheritor and not Hungary. So let's go ahead. My granddaughter now has a balanced education, and she's gallant. Diplomatic ability increased during education up. Good. Because I want to give her a more diplomatic education. And gallant gives an extra plus 3/3. Diplomatic gives an extra 0.75. So she's going to be doing really well. Is she betrothed already? Ruler's great nephew. Spouses 1. Are you heir to anything, little guy? Our child. Technically, our great-grandnephew. He's rowdy. Military ability increase up. Let's go ahead and give him a military education then. Father's King Andrew Caroly. Father's Elżbieta Piast. Anybody else in my family should be taken care of? I got a daughter over here who's got a child. Gregarious, diplomatic, but I can't change his education. He's out of my country. Who is in my country then? I got 3 children, most are dead. No children, no spouses. And then my heir and her sister. Gregarious, diplomatic increase. Though currently she's at 32 administrative, 31 martial, only 16 diplomatic. But she's only 8 years old. She'll get better. So now, well, I was gonna say that now I can die anytime I want. And that'll be perfectly fine, except my heir and her sister are still children. Which means I'll be back in Regency with some nobody up until 9 years old, so we got 7 years, maybe? Until she's old enough to rule. She's already got a spouse of her own queued up. Her cousin. My granddaughter. And my great-nephew. Who's your kid? King Caroly, my nephew. Wait. Father, mother. All your children are in my court. Why are your kids in my court? I know that, you're my nephew and my heir, but why am I looking after your kids? Courtier in the Kingdom of Hungary. Okay. So when child is of the Kingdom of Hungary, you'll say so. When he's not, I guess because he's betrothed to my grandchild. He's over at our house. Maybe that's it then. The flag's made it a note that they're in my dynasty. And because you're betrothed to my grandkid, you're staying with me. You do have one 11-year-old boy who is set to inherit Croatia, Hungary, Poland. And Poland. That's a pretty nice looking piece of land there. Maybe I do want to end up making alliance with these guys. But I don't really want to be drawn into his wars. I don't care too much about that. Okay, so we can't do the Crusader Kings thing of finding an attractive marriage potential, then arranging marriage from him. What I have to do is go to one of my guys in my court. Your unbetrothed little sister is not an adult, so cannot get married. But your sis! Your sis has a consort already! They're allowed to historically have consorts, but I can't make them of my own? Inefficient minting. Only at 50% due to lack of access to needed goods. Decreasing the amount of money we get from minting. So even with all the silver that I made, inflation is currently at 0.13%. We'll still get inefficient minting. So I thought that by ordering in more silver, it would have been good enough. Due to a lack of access to needed goods. Well, that came up really fast. Maybe it's gold I'm missing out on, because we got plenty of silver. I've been grabbing so much silver. But trade's a trade. See, I could increase more of this bar. But I don't see why I wouldn't. Because I increased this, and I could trade some more, right? Export for profits, we're a bit on the cheaper side. We could export stuff. My cotton, my wool, my lead. But I currently get bigger profits by importing things. Oh, now there's suggested trade for building needs. Gold. They have a whole lot of gold there. Books. Wheat. I got so much wheat. My buildings are lacking in wheat? Eh. We're setting silk out for 1.59. We're losing money on this. Profit per capacity is 0.04. If I'm losing money on it, then I'm going to say no to it. But furniture my guys need. That's what other people wants. Saffron. From Naples to Venezia. We're losing money giving this to Venezia. Fuck off, Venice! Give me some gold. Wait. Wait for building needs. Which of my buildings is in need of wheat? Buildings missing inputs. Fruits, wheat for 1 building. Fruits for 5. Books for 2. Jewelry for 8. It's not very hard on my trade capacity to get books in from Faz, so won't hurt me. For population needs, folks want gems. For profits, silver, 4.47. A little bit extra for tar would only be 2.27. If I push us all the way down, automated trade capacity. So if I just put this, does that matter any? Because manual trade capacity of 88.91. The rest of the trade capacity is for automated trades if automation's enabled. I put it all the way back up. 0 trade capacity available for manual trading. I don't get the bar, but oh well. I've seen some folks praise the ability to automate trade, but given right now I got needs that need filling, I got money that needs making, I want to get hands-on nitty-gritty on it. Wheat I want to grow my own. And so much of this is wheat for building needs. Population needs, with a tidy profit at that. Legumes, sugar. Give me some extra gold. And let's look at profits. More silver. More jewels. More dyes. A bit more tar will take. Okay, so I could see my number go down the more trade capacity I use by putting these to use. There. A lot of money gained without having to overly inflate my inflation. Some of this for building needs, some of this for people needs. So minting efficiency set on only half. It says, due to lack of access to needed goods. When they say lack of access to needed goods, I assume that it meant needed goods for the mintage itself, right? Like silver or gold to make the coins. I think they mean that because my goods needs aren't being met, with my people in particular, the coins aren't doing all that much, so it's only got a limited effect. What are they going to do if they haven't got the means to buy what they want, maybe? $16.07. $15.71. Not a big difference. We'll drop it 0.1 every month. Now, well, I got my diplomatic stuff getting worked on. What do I want to do next with this crop of money? We could build more roads to get things out. Build more resource gathering operations. Evidently we need more wheat. And we have plenty of wheat. Let's make more wheat for folks. We have wheat over here. We don't really have proximity to it. I would have to build a road going in. We could take a boat over here, make a road, and then a boat to road to there. We could boat here, but then this is considered nothing. So, if we put a road here, maybe, or here, they can go bamp bamp or bamp bamp. A little bit more joinage to this part, perhaps. 308. Oh, because I gotta build it to the capital. I can't just hop it over that way. $387. 330. 386. 387. So, it's actually cheaper to go this way instead. And that'll give road proximity here, road proximity here. That might be better then. Alright. So maybe that's what my next big expense is going to be, building roads out this way. And then now we play more of the waiting game. How's our situation with Aragon? They're not ready for an alliance yet? It's only at -1. It's only at -1 we're gonna get the alliance with Aragon so much quicker than we got yesterday. For some reason, Aragon was really, really slow to accept. Perhaps I started too late with them. Kingdom Bohemia declared us their rival. Bohemia did? It's Lower Bavaria. That is the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Would they still consider me their rival if I were to support Bohemia? See, maybe had I supported Bohemia first, they wouldn't have made me their rival. And now I'm not going to support you. Now we're going to make Austria. Or maybe the Prince Bishopric of Salzburg. The Prince Bishop might have a happier time with the Pope than the more secular lords. War exhaustion, we have a negative. We haven't even gone to war yet. Library of the Agnavan Kings. The library should never stop getting bigger. 81! Did the event have to pop up right now? 10 research progress is nice. Change societal value by 5 towards innovative. Is alright, but it's not the end of the world. -10 prestige! Were I a weaker man, I would reload. -84.18. In another month, we'll get that money back. My prestige is already garbage, man. Even at 19, I get some cultural influence, guild of new artists, antagonism, change modifier, diplomatic reputation up, market attraction. I'm gonna suck up the debt for a bit. -15, but I get 23 each month. Look, man, they're just really, really cool books, alright? Is Aragon going to hate me for being in debt? They're at +1, but our opinion of Aragon is greater or equal... Our opinion? They love me. Do I hate them all that much? We have checkmark. Not possible due to our opinion of Aragon. Nah. You're goofing. Why would I improve relation if I don't like them? We could profess trust and lose more diplomatic reputation. Come on, money. I don't want to be in the red for too long. Whatever happened to being paid on the 1st and 15th of each month? There. 8.8. Hey, Aragon, guess who's no longer in debt? Not possible due to our opinion. Is it not mutual? Let's see, relations. Subjects like me. International organizations, ongoing diplomacy to improving, one spy network. Got Casus Belli and Albania, but they're my vassals, so that's useless. Rivals with Sicily. Enemies, Bohemia. Byzantium and Sicily. Achelia is trying to improve my opinion of them. Really? What have we got here? RGO missing employee. For wheat in Gaeta. Well, they just built it. And so, ideally, it'll attract more migration or promotion to fill in those spots. Man, these roads are taking ages. Building up these RGOs are taking ages. More clay. At least these unprofitable buildings are just going down towards the decimals now. They used to be at actual integers. It's still not good for them, but... Are you guys not going to patrol? Get out there! Get out there! Get that Navy presence going, you goobers. Look at how fast those boats are going. No objective currently assigned. I told them before to patrol, and all they did was sit at home. I guess they just looked out their window. Any pirates today? No? Are we at war today? No? I think when I set it to patrol, it just sits at wherever it was last. and waits for some activity to happen to make it travel out and patrol somewhere. Current research. We'll finish by March. Hey, our mintage is no longer suffering. Oh, look, they're moving! They're actually moving around! To go back to port! Did they get scared by the Hungarian Navy? Hungarian Navy? That was Hungary, right? No, they got Stripes and the Fleur-de-Lis. Who was that then? Wasn't that Beirut stepping out the Byzantines? Bosnian Navy? No. What's going on here? Candia. What's Candia doing on my waters? They having themselves a fight here? I didn't give these guys authorization to march through my lands. Where's my search function? Candia. Candia. You don't have I never gave you military access. Declare war on Candia. They're at war. Milanese-Veronese war. Milan and Verona are against each other right now? How do they side on the conflict? They're Ghibelline. Milan is Ghibellines. So let the Ghibellines fight it out amongst each other? Alright, so if I want to make this road here. RGOs to missing employees. For clay. And for, what's that in Nicastro? Iron? For 36 months. So is that how long it's going to take before these pops show up? And start actually working for me. We got 3 years to wait for those. So we could do road. We want to do road to here. 400? Did the price go up? It did. 401? Is that by virtue of my accidental inflation? It's going down. It's only at 0.03 now. An extra 10 for 28 per month. 26. Let's have it go up for a bit. Get more of that cash influx going. Let me see something from other market. Could I... Is my trade capacity for both markets or on a per market basis? Because I can't change the market. So if I wanted to, like, give things to things here, I don't think I can. Though I'm pretty sure Dubrovnik incorporated more of this eastern part of Naples. And now it's mostly down to the boot, so I think I'm actually spreading more influence. We've even got a little bit of Napoli market over here. Naples market over here. We're growing our market influence. More of these goods are coming to me. Even half of Sicily is the Tunisian market now. Not Tunisia, the Naples market. It's, well, it is true that half is Tunis too, but that's besides the point. For building needs, we could do more books, more furniture, more cloth. How's my people needs? 6 on cloth, 5 on furniture. A lot for sturdy grains. $3.2 would give us more cloth at least. More cloth and more money. How's my spy network doing? Got 6 spies, we need 20 to get things to work there. Aragon, are you ready to ally with us? This I do not get. Not possible due to our opinion of Aragorn. Greater or equal to 0. How is our opinion? It can't be their opinion because their opinion is at 48.5. They have an active spy network in Sicily. They're also trying. No. My bad, this is us. We have improved relations with Achaia, Aragon. I'm confused by that tick. I don't see why it can't offer alliance. Shall I try Google? Gonna put a save here just in case the game crashes on itself. It doesn't seem to like alt-tabbing in or out. Three hours ago. Even though I put EU5, a lot of these results are 2007, EU4. I don't think that's it. Favor system. Strategic favor management. Antagonism mechanic. Coalition formation and management. That's a whole lot of stuff I don't really care about. Alliance EU5. Keep alliance in their trusted opinion, though. You can keep Burgundy allied to the BI. EU4, don't care about that. Do I want to profess my trust of them? Maybe that's all I'm missing. That's their trust of us. Increase mutual trust with Aragon. Because otherwise I don't see why, despite having Their reasons to accept are +2. They're at +2 now, so we should be able to ally with them. My opinion will stop a country from being hostile, but we need trust to be able to work together. Okay, let me see if trust is what I need then. Profess trust. For mutual trust, drops my diplomatic reputation. It still says our opinion, greater or equal to 0, so I don't think that's it. I don't think that really matters for me. Comets sighted. People of our kingdom have always been superstitious. The appearance of a comet to the skies caused panic among them. Minus stability. See, this is just like Chillin' and Chum and I were talking about yesterday. Stability is a gambling game in Europa Universalis. February 4th? Still can't offer alliance. Opinion of Aragon greater or equal to 0. So I don't get it. I actually do not get it. EU5 opinion. Our opinion. Greater than 0. Diplomacy, EU5 wiki. Every country's got a diplomatic reputation value. Mutual rivals, royal marriage, same dynasty, union. Antagonism. Diplomatic capacity. Power projection. Hegemonies, rivals, spy networks. I don't see why I can't do it. EU5 cannot alliance? We can't ally with them because we don't like them enough from 2013. This is an EU4 one then. But maybe it's an engine problem? We can't ally with them because we don't like them enough. What if I want an alliance and they'll allow it? Why would I give a fuck about what my people think? What is happening? Is my character bipolar? What's the problem? Just as every nation has an opinion of you, your nation has an opinion of every other nation. Be thankful you're not biased anymore. You can only ally with someone you have an opinion of 0 or higher of. If they keep sending you insults or have a different religion and never bother to improve relations with you, that's not going to happen. 2 choices, royal marriage or military access, can give you boosts in addition to their own. Increase relations and hope they do the same in reciprocation. So it is just a matter of our country not having high enough opinion. Now I do a lot of CK, and in CK be a 2 or 3. The opinion penalties that prevent action for the AI are not in effect for player actions, because it says you're the player. You do what you want. For the AI, it's they don't like you enough, they're not going to do it. For the player, it's if this is your strategy, by all means. That's not what your people think, it's what your king thinks, that if he has them go back on a past alliance, he ain't gonna get into another one. So this could just be a boiled-in feature of EU then. But I thought the player was a king, that's why Paradox replaced the player's opinion of a country from the normal stuff to simply human with a question mark, the descriptor for which says paraphrase, and the human decides what its relations are, right? Asking military access gives a plus 10 boost while it lasts, helps a couple of times. Okay. So I see. So doing trust. Building mutual trust was insignificant. Let's go back to before the mutual trust decision then. According to the wisdoms of the ancients, building up mutual trust with a country I'm trying to improve relations of. You would think if I'm trying to improve relations, that I might have some positive interactions I want to do with this country. Improving relations doesn't mean I don't hate the country. Building mutual trust doesn't mean my opinion is going to raise above zero. Building mutual trust doesn't mean my relation is going to build above zero. This feels pretty esoteric, because that's not exactly in the material it gives. The material it gives is all about, like, raising their opinion of you. It seems a bit hidden, the mechanic of how do I like somebody else better. Because I know what's in my head. I know if I hate somebody or like somebody better. Do I really need to pull tricks around with, well, maybe if I give them military access, then my opinion of them will increase if they say yes. That feels weird, is the best word I could put for that. Access options. Offer military access. Aragon gains 10 opinion, gains trust towards Naples. Will this really improve my opinion of them? Because their opinion of me is already good enough to get the alliance, but I'm apparently stonewalled on my opinion. I don't know my own mind. Why would I know my own mind? Why would I care? Why would I even care to do a political alliance with someone that I might not like, but know that we could have each other's back? We're not going to be open to the possibility of an uneven alliance where our interests might normally be disaligned or even opposed, but we know that if we don't band together, then somebody else is going to kick our shit individually. No, that's two-way historical. Only best friends ever join alliances. And if the wisdom of the ancients are correct, and if it's like EU4, then apparently offering military access is my way of being less soon, more dairy. Being like, well, I don't even like you, Baka, but do you want some military access? Our opinion greater or equal to 0. No? Is it not good? If I wait till February, and my guys come back, will our opinion go up? Nobility demand privileges, but under privilege of the nobility, but under continuous assault as King Robert the Wise and Jews attempted to centralize more and more control. It's true! 32 against 38 now. The nobility have finally lost their patience and are demanding that they are given back what they believe is rightfully theirs. Additional privileges to nobles for 5 years. Peasants' estate satisfaction equilibrium goes down, but noble estate goes up. Ignore their demands, minus 20 estate satisfaction. Is that a hard number? Does that mean minus from 5798 to 3798? Or is that minus percent that calculates with everything else and ultimately ends up as like 30, or is that like 55, 53? How are we mathing the math here? They're also in the positive gain. So if they dislike me for a while, is income after taxes based on how much they like me? They're spending money on fine cloth, horses, weapons, gold, silver. We'll ignore their demands and see how the number works. It is an immediate drop to 37.98, so the math is just a straight cut. Oh, but that's alright. It's 0.20 per month. So next month will be 38. And only get higher from there. Every 5 months it goes up a whole integer. No alliance. They're at +4, but I still don't like them. I find that so weird that I have to jump through hoops to get me to like them. Do they like that? Do EU4 players like that? The whole, well, I don't like them, so I can't do an alliance, but I want an alliance, but I don't like them enough? Naples gains 10 opinion of Aragon. Naples gains opinion if I purchase military access. Request military access requires favor. Well, we could request food access. I'm just wasting a whole bunch of diplomats. So, I don't think that requesting or offering military access did anything. That made them like me more, but it didn't raise my opinion of them. This is so goofy. I gotta jump through hoops to find ways to make me like them. I'm the player, I know who I like. And maybe sometimes I want to make an alliance with someone I don't like, if it's for my benefit or theirs. The real issue should be, do they like and trust me enough to accept my Machiavellian machinations? Get out of here. So offer raises their opinion of me. Offer raises their opinion of me. Offer raises their opinion of me. Request, and if they say yes, I gain opinion. Okay. So I could try to build favors with them, mutual favors, and then request an access for free and then get the alliance. I could pay money, and that'll gain my opinion towards theirs. Gotta ignore their demands. Fuck the nobility! I'm going to keep my crown power. They gained an extra % of power, though. How's my inflation's at 1.4? Alright, let's go ahead and start dropping. We'll keep it going for a little bit more. 4th of February. We still can't. How do I check how much I hate them? Because I don't see numbers that say I don't like them. Our opinion of them is minus 3.83. Okay. Different primary culture. Defending our rival. They're guaranteeing Sicily. So, now that I see what the mechanic is, bizarrely enough, we could purchase access. We could request military access if we had more favor. Does trust enter into the equation here? Societal values, relationship improving. Relationship improving does give us opinion of them. So if I waited for a while, then I'll still get relationship improvement, I guess? Plus 12 yearly. And recent conflict loss decays by 3 yearly. So if I simply wait until next year, then I'll get a plus 15 yearly. Receiving food access is a flat plus 10. So if I didn't have that, it'd be at 13.83. And then next year, it'll be in the positive, because we get 0.15, or we're going to get plus 15 every year. So I think, then, that the best course of action is to simply wait for the year for the time being. That's so weird. I'm never going to find that not weird, that I have to curate my own happiness towards other people, my own opinion towards other people. I'm allowed to reload a lot like this because I'm not trying to save scum and cheat, right? This is literally learning the mechanics. We're still in the learning the mechanics phase of the game. And so we have to tear this thing open like it's a crab, grab it by the shell and twist it open. So we're going to wait until 1339 Aragon. And we gotta wait a while for Sicily anyway. And I'm sure that our nobles are going to be like, hey buddy, once again. Nobles demand privileges, ignore them. They're currently at 38.8. Ignored. And money, inflation is going to be pretty poof for a bit. But while it's still only 0.09, I want to build a road. And you can't build all the roads at the exact same time. You gotta build one segment of the road, then the next segment, then the other. So if I want to build a road to here, I gotta build a road to here first. And that's 151, so I can't afford it anyway. It's gotta be so expensive. 151, 340, and then that's just 50. From here to here is so cheap. How's my control looking? It's getting slightly higher. What's this? The clergy is doing what? Are they building this on their own? They're building Clothmaker and Caserta? That's pretty cool that my estate could actually use their money to build up my country. That's the balance with estates, right? Is that you could pay for everything on your own, but that's expensive. But if your estates have money, then they could spend that money on things that enrich them and enrich me too. They could also spend money on fortifications and armies, and then steer those against me. So it's not always the best thing in the world. Point 14. Alright. Now that I'm at 2% inflation, let's set it back down enough. We'll still make lots of money per month, but we'll cut away at inflation a bit. Supply networks at 8. I need 20 to make a Casus Belli. Casus Belli. Now, for paranoia's sake, the net was pretty spotty earlier. So let me do a save in case the game crashes and check on my bitrate. Bitrate. 5,000 kilobytes per second. Minimal dropped frames. It's so askew with all this blank space here, but sometimes it's like that, sometimes it's like that. It never wants to be at the same place every single time. Who would have guessed that for all the stream drops this year that were from Twitch servers being Twitch server, this time it was my fault. I can't blame OBS. I can't blame Twitch. Is that Venice? We got some VE there. That is Venetian interest. Missing employees for 19 months. 30 months until all these fill up. Okay, so how much for this road? I want to get the roads going. Green means I could build, yeah? Yellow means too expensive, or is that yellow means... I don't know what yellow means. There's already a gravel road. 109 for here. Let's see how proximity looks. We can go all the way out there, but not beyond. Fog would give access all around here, but we can't get access there. Maybe I should be radiating more than trying to build direct lines around here and there. We'll put one in Potenza first. These numbers are getting smaller, the missing inputs. We're at some pretty Sturdy grains are still pretty big. Still a whole 6, a whole 5 for fine cloth and wheat and furniture. Wheat is separate from sturdy grain. So is that more like einkorn and such? We don't have sturdy grains of our own. Destruction of Amalfi. City in Salerno just faced a catastrophic blast from the ocean, triggered by a massive earthquake beneath the Tyrian Sea, colossal wall of water. God of Mercy is a historical option. We could spend money. Salerno and neighboring coastal locations would lose prosperity, lose pops, and some buildings would be affected by the tsunami. But since we're investing money, the devastation will be lesser as we start recovery sooner. I got no choice, man. How could I allow myself to suffer for longer? Depopulation, minus 15,000, 10,000, and 3,000 in Napoli, Salerno, and Campania. Converted to Orthodoxy. Hold up. Catholic, Catholic, Catholic. Oh, over here. I was thinking of... Thought they meant there had converted, because I do have some Orthodox minority in my country. So that tiny little thing that thought, wait a minute, who converted? Who converted? I don't care about outside my country converting. I would expect that the Byzantine areas would be more Orthodox, more in line with the ecumenical patriarch. That big population drop from 2.64 to 2.44. Spy numbers at 10. That's halfway now. Halfway towards making Casus Belli. Why is this game's music so soft? I feel like I should put my own soundtrack on because it starts kind of bombastic with its music and then it just fades away slowly. Everything's at 100. Music. Audio profile. What if I do headphones? Because I'm playing with headphones. Will that change anything up? Possible diplomatic actions. We could offer alliance to Croatia. And a whole bunch of guys I don't care about. Papal States will accept. Kingdom Hungary. Milan. Cyprus. Whole bunch of guys I don't care about. Wait, X. These are all X's. So only Peruzzi, Quita di Castello, Arboria, Arezzo, Croatia. We're at the max capacity. Well, how's Pope looking for armies? 6,500? Is Sicily being guaranteed by the Pope again? Guaranteed by the Papal States in Aragon. Alright, let's get the Pope to like us. Diplomatic action. Offer alliance. The reason to accept is minus 3.25. Papa says no. In that case... Naples gains 5 opinion, Papal States gains 10 opinion. Their alliance is minus 3.25. If I offer them military access, I'll gain 10 opinion. Alright, let's give them military access. That'll take up a little bit of my diplomats, and then when they come back, we'll be able to offer alliance. We gotta wait for the 1st of August. Lack of commander for the First Army. Our navy is being ran by a burgher. Yeah, burgher. Army I thought had somebody. Noble, 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 noble me. Noble, 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 noble peasants. Peasants. Luigi can't, because he's currently in cabinet and head of cabinet. Ardetico can't, because he's an admiral. What if I make it me? Me to run the army? Will that increase my estate power for the crown? Not really, no. That'll be our royal guard, because it's too small to be a suitable general, or for suitable army. August 1st. Basilica of Santa Chiara. One of the largest monastic complexes, city of Napoli. The works of the Basilica of Santa Chiara started in 1310, were finished in 1328. 10 years ago, it's fine. Built in Provençal Gothic style, was commissioned by King Robert the Wise Anjou and his wife, Consort Sancha di Barcelona. Our king should decide whether he wants to be buried there or not. This will be the place of rest for our dynasty. Gain 10 prestige. Our most limited resource. Build a statue devoted to the Pope instead. A 20 opinion of the Papal States. We've already got their opinion. We shall be buried at the Basilica of Santa Chiara. Now, Papa. Minus 1.37. Desires land belonging to Naples. Alright. Let's just improve opinion then. Possible religious actions is placitum regium. Lose religious influence. Clergy hate me. But I get more crown power. And the Pope will hate me. It'll push me over in crown power probably. Oh, look at that. The nobility's losing. We actually have more crown power than the nobility now. I think not. How's my inflation looking? 0.10. And in 5 months it'll be 0. Controls up to 40. Very nice. Papal States. 0.05, so next month. And how are we looking for Aragon? Our opinion greater than 0. And our opinion for Aragon minus 5.66. We get 15 next year. We'll request food access, and then we'll become an ally. And hopefully by the time all that finishes, we'll have enough spies to start fabricating voice of dissent. For days, fans and prominent figures of the artistic world have been demanding that we fund the endeavors of Giovanni Boccaccio. While injecting our hard-earned coin into the arts as a noble gesture, we must be mindful of the voices that may influence the direction of our country is heading, as they might not always be right. Lose stability if we fund what he wants. A local novel. How's a taste of the whip sound? Towards traditionalist. Towards serfdom. Italki peasants in Napoli lose 25% pop satisfaction. Gricos lose 25% pop satisfaction. The Jewish peasants lose 25% pop satisfaction. Neapolitan peasants lose 25 pop satisfaction. So, we have a lot of Neapolitans. Italki and Greco. Greco has a decently sized minority, but Italki is nothing. But Neapolitan peasants is basically the majority of the country. That's it. Neapolitan peasants. Why don't I sort by social class? Peasants. Neapolitan peasants. In Napoli. In Napoli alone. So it's not the entire world, it's just in Napoli. Neapolitan peasants in Napoli. Sort by location. So Neapolitan peasants are already at 66.44. If it's below 13.84, they'll join rebels. I think it's okay. I think we could take some pop dissatisfaction right now. Two more years of the Masons to get their employees. Still 3 years for these to build a population. Unprofitable buildings are shrinking. They're probably downsizing. Frankian patriots, nobility insurgents. Okay, where do I see my rebels? Tactical. Antagonism. Works of art. Cultures. Rebels. So, we have Frankian patriots down here. Orthodox zealots. Italki patriots. Totaling 2 people. Oh, they got a bunch of people here, though. Maybe it's time for my cabinet to do some other work. Rebel crackdown. Minus monthly rebel progress. Plus 15, plus 12, plus 0.04. There's a lot of, targeted rebel faction, crackdown hard oven. That's 86,000. Is that... Current progress. So they don't have much progress right now. Monthly change is plenty. That's a total population on how many are rebels. There's not too many nobles. We got definitely more peasants than nobles. Got some Francians, got some Orthodox. It's not too bad right now, so I guess we could continue control and stabilization. How's my control looking here? It's decent, it could always be better. So no for Alliance, 0.05. 25 September, 26 September, 27. Who's died? Philippe de Barcelona died. He was a ruler's brother-in-law. And cabinet member of the Kingdom of Naples died from food poisoning. 0.08! I lost one! Well, let's get a new cabinet member in. Appoint cabinet member. These are our only candidates now. Nobility, 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 and one singular clergy. Let's have the clergy have it. How do I get myself a 3rd cabinet position? I somehow managed to get myself 3 last night, and I wasn't even being all that efficient with my playing. How's my economy looking? Can we do some more trades? We can. Pops with needs. I guess we could get sturdy grains in. Money is doing pretty good right now. Population, you guys want rice? You want legumes? We could do furs, we can do fish. But Pop's with needs. Grains, rice, wheat, furniture. Fine cloth, furniture, rice. Rice is a tiny need for my Duvronic market. How about building inputs then? Books, more wheat, because we don't have population yet to fill in. 30 months to get 1,000 people for Campania. Get more books, more treasonous ideas into people's heads. Losing money, losing money, losing money. No good for me anymore? Trade a failing one for a better one? Jewelry, 3 and 3. Current jewelry trades. We don't have current jewelry trades. Let's get some better market flow going. What's this? Spices, saffron. We got saffron. I could import the things my people need, but that'd be silly. Tar is currently going for 0.05. We have better tar. We do not, so I'll keep it. Sturdy grains. We could use some sturdy grains for my people. You guys wanted sturdy grains, right? October. 0.58. The gap is increasing. Should I just go ahead, offer them military access, and then offer them an alliance? I see everybody else having little wars every once in a while. It's taking me so long to take the war with my own rival. What are they doing that I can't do? Why is it instantaneous for them and not for me? Aragon. Three minus 3.33. Papal States. 1.03. Somehow, it is getting worse. If I offer a guarantee, they'll gain 10 opinion of us. We could offer a guarantee in the Papal States, and then make an alliance. Which drops my diplomacy down to 0.75. Great. 2.14. Why is it getting worse and worse? I'm spending more of my diplomats, and every time I do, the Papal States has more dislike for me. There we go. We do not have a diplomat to perform the action, though. I could spend more money on diplomacy. Diplomatic spending. .1 every month. How about we do one of these roads while I have the money for it still? We're building towards Potenza, and then needed an extra. It's a little bit extra. Money's looking good though. We got plus 27 still. 14 spies in the network. Show me 9. Giovanni Boccaccio's family debt. What can we do when he goes to Florence? 100. Get out of here. What can we do? So I don't have an artist anymore. The historical option is sucks to be you, Giovanni. Road builder. We'll work on Sant'Arcangelo next. Now. Inflation is back down to 0. Let's fuck it up again. I like this pattern. Fuck up the inflation, tune it down. Fuck up the inflation, tune it down. Oh, birthday's gone. Non-enforcement ordinance. Although King Robert the Wise and Jews issued many ordinances, His Majesty is in practice almost powerless to enforce them. Instead, enforcement demands upon local powers, regional nobility, and city governments that are not always as vigilant as we desire. Recently, it's come to our attention that our authorities in Terra di Otrano let's see. How would I... Where's Terra? Terrain, political... Location? I just want to see my locations, man. Location rank. Cultures, religions, tactical. Where's just provinces and such? I just want to see the division. The political division of the place. Location ranks shows rural, towns, or cities. I'm pretty sure, yeah, cities and towns. There. So which would be Terra di Bari, Terra di Otranto are being reticent in enforcing the king's will. They do got some pretty low control, let them handle it. Minus legitimacy, local ordinances, local noble power 100%. Increase attempts. Nobility loses minus 10% estate satisfaction. They're only back up to 40. I want to get them higher. How's my legitimacy? It's at 77, which does give me crown power. Max control of plus 5%. How's max control right now? Let's see, development. Where's a low number for control? Maximum control is 14. Current control is 14. Maximum control is 14.36. We'll let them handle it for now. Drop some legitimacy. We're getting back at a good rate. And then we'll send one of our... We'll do increased control over here instead. Because now max control is going to be 38 with this guy here. Okay, 1st of February. Papal States. No, Papal States. Offer alliance, get alliance. We've stopped guaranteeing the Papal States because now we have an alliance. Which also means you no longer have to improve opinion. I got no diplomats now, so with Aragon... We don't have a diplomat to perform this action, but we can get the alliance. So we can get our Papal and Aragonese alliance pretty damn soon. Time is at 3:49. It's not yet time to feed the cats, but almost. Inflation's at the 0.5, that's alright. But inefficient minting again. Only at half capacity now. Alright, what are we missing? Sturdy grains is at 8, fine cloth furniture, wheat. Wheat? How is wheat still being missed? We're getting more laborers in Campania for wheat. I could try building more RGOs in wheat-producing regions. This is in Campania. They're not missing too many people here, are they? They got maximum employment. That's a full circle, right? Here. We'll get more wheat produced. Could I... Do I have the bandwidth for more trade? We do. Not. This stuff is a losing trade anyway now. Let's get some more opening. Building needs. For building needs. What do you mean for building needs? We don't have building missing input for whatchamacallit, for fine cloth. We do for wheat. Population needs, they want fine cloth, they do. We'll get fine cloth for them. And then we'll get some wheat going. Dublin. Any more wheat available? We got some sturdy grains we can do. Now, let's see if that satisfies folks. Resolution proposed. Papal states have proposed that the Catholic Church enact a call crusade against Egypt. No. We haven't even taken over Sicily yet. And he wants us to go against Egypt. The Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. With his 43,000 soldiers, and no boats at least. Completely land-based. Resolutions to vote. 6 votes for yes. Alright, where's my... Where's my chance to vote no? Do I get to vote no, or is this between him and his cardinals? Reform desire, religious influence, doctrines, bulls. Call for crusade. We could vote no against Egypt. There's 6 votes for yes. Who? So the Papal States is 5 whole votes. Narbonne is 1, the rest of us is... I got 2 votes. France is 6, the motherfuckers. The whole of Christendom, and it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the Pope who get to vote. I'm gonna say nay. That's 6 yes, 2 no. How we're looking on for Aragon. We could do alliance, we just need the diplomat. We get 0.15 every month. 16 spies in Sicily, though we could start to... Does Sicily still on Malta? No, they're separate, looks like. County of Salona. I saw the SL. I thought, wait a minute, I thought Malta was separate before. Union formed. Naples, Mondovi, Province, Prato, and Cortona. Same root with the royal marriages. Okay. I'll take the blessing. .3% Francian patriots. Man, these keep on becoming deficits every time I get them in. I'll keep these anyway, because my people do want them. Saffron we can produce already, we don't have to import it. Love a thin scroll bar. Building needs. We can do more wheat. Population needs. Looks like if I want to get in the fine cloth, it's going to be at a loss anyway. There. Few more sturdy grains. You folks happy now? 10.14. What, I'm not getting access to it? And they want more wheat. I do got some money. And how's my... We're set in the plus for... what is it? For inflation. 0.13. There, 13 months to get it to 0. Still making 23.05 a month. Grain RGO being produced. New outbreak. Smallpox. Great. President, one known location. It's what, $200 to build a hospital? I haven't got $200 on me. I'm trying to build up my internal infrastructure here. We have wheat over there. We got proximity that can't reach. We're getting roads here. And then eventually roads here. Got wine being made, we got wheat over here also, but we got a bit. We could go to Foge. It's not like it's totally inaccessible, but having access makes things better. There. They're only using 1 out of their total capacity of 4. 50 to make another, so in a couple of months. I see you there, rat, forget about it. 18 on my spy network? Such a rat keeps coming and going. 0.61 for my diplomacy. How's my control looking over on here? 30. I'm pretty sure that's maximum for there. So how about, instead of trying to get everything to 100 because I can't, we just spread it out a bit more. Increase control. Calabria Kitra. How about for sort by tax base? 49. Principato Citra is at 57. $9.91, it's all the way at 16 here. More tax. Raise control to make more tax to the better tax. $19. Though I'll need a diplomat, won't I? To start fabricating claim, forget the spy network. Only 406 employees missing from Potenza. Less than 1,000 for the missing RGOs here, that's good. Taking long enough. Nobility insurgents are still rising up. How are they looking for? But 41.78, so they're almost to 50. Anything more we can do with our Guelphs and Ghibellians? We've already sanctioned. Can't do it again for 8 more years. Next month. Next month to get 1 more diplomat. What am I researching towards? We're still doing guilds. And then expanded archives after that for extra diplomatic capacity. Monthly diplomats, 0.05. How buried is that one? Capacity is capacity. Maybe I should go for the monthly diplomats first. Take this away. Could I undo it? Remove from queue? We'll go for Universal Christianity. 0.05 monthly diplomats. I should have gone for that earlier. Gone for that before the guilds. But I could make immediate benefit with that extra 0.05. Then we'll do expanded archives after. Crusade called. Hold on. Fury has called a crusade for Egypt, smite non-believers, return Jerusalem to the realms of Christendom. We haven't got the boats for this. Research guilds, possible burgers up, max literacy for burgers. Grand Court to the Vicar. Born for the merge of the Norman Magna Curia and the Court of the Vicar established by King Carlo II Angio. Acts as a court for civil and criminal cases of the Kingdom of Naples. And uses some clashes in Cadipuli between members of the clergy and members of the nobility that are being resolved with the Grand Court have reached us. Perhaps we should influence the court to resolve this as soon as possible. Perhaps we should, it says. There's no option for let them handle this on their own. The clergy loves us, we're at 73. The nobility, I want to get better, so that their noble insurgents could shut the fuck up. Lose 5 of my middling prestige, my diminishing prestige, and lose estate satisfaction to not antagonize the estate any further. 10 prestige to reach compromise. Clergy is at 70. That is currency. Side with the nobility this time. We can join an international organization for the crusade. You got hints for me? Members of a crusade cannot sue for peace until 12 months have passed. So who's in the crusade? The Pope is, France is, Castile, Provence, that's one of ours, Auxerre, and Narbonne. I think that if they want to go play war in Egypt, they are free to do it on their own. I finally got my 20 spy network. Create Casus Belli. Claim on Province. Okay, let's put it for, I want to say, for Val di Mena. Because then that's going to be the first place I take over. They got a little fort over here. Take that. Take the city as we march over west. And that'll be ticking war scores. We take everything else over. Let's go for Val di Mena. Plus that's also, looks like the majority of their population. Val di Mazzara might be their capital. I'm gonna guess the difference between 194,000 and 288,000 is only a difference of 90 some. And that took a whole entire diplomat to start fabricating. I should probably put my spies away. Cease building a spy network. Chance of a spy discovery is 9.5 per year once the network is at least 25. For Sicily, I can't imagine needing 25, but I guess that's for like if I'm going against somebody bigger. I want the casus belli. I want to break people's truces and guarantees. And then Aragon, I no longer have diplomats available to get our alliance. We like them, they like us. We just need the diplomat, but that's okay. Because it's going to take a while to build that claim anyway. I got confused. Claim on province. I'm like, what do you mean claim on province? Province is over there. No, that's claim on one of their provinces. Alright, but for now... against Egypt. Dul Qadirids, Kilis, Mecca, Medina, Ali, Almira, Delger, Al-Fadl, Barca, Banu Khans, and Suakin. I think no, Papa. We have an alliance, that's gonna be good enough for us. Well, because we are in an alliance... Wait... We are in an alliance, so... Is this call to crusade in general, or is this call to arms, like proper call to arms? We're much stronger than they are. Papal States, what I want to look at. I don't think he's asking me to join as part of the Crusade International Organization. I think he's asking me as an alliance partner to join war. So I think it might be to my disadvantage if I were to decline now. I think I have to accept if I want to keep this alliance that we have. Sicily is currently being guaranteed by the Papal States and Aragon. So the reason I'm so invested in getting the Pope and Aragon on my side is because the... Oh, that's Sicily's. Is because, the crosswise alliances. If they're allied to the both of us, they can neither help nor aid either. They'll be like, well, shucks, I'm sorry, but we got conflicting alliances here. We got conflicting interests. We cannot possibly harm one ally by going against the other. I think I'm going to accept their offer. I don't have boats to get my guys over. So... Now that I'm at war, I'm gonna get a penalty to alliance, right? Minus 92. Do they really have to? Maybe I'll get lucky and Sicily will attack somebody else again, which is what happened the last time we tried to practice. Is that Sicily attacked somebody else, and we were like, oh, we're gonna intervene here. And then just started marching our way through. Oh, look, I could have just said no. The Pope would have been busy with his war. And so wouldn't have been able to help with Sicily. The smart thing would have been saying no. This is a very silent game, by the way. Do you hear that? That's the sound of nothing. The game does have music. The audio's all maxed out. I tried shifting my audio profile. Break between tracks. Long breaks to almost continuously. 20 is default. Which one's more? Is 0% play continuously, or is 100% so dense that music's always going? I think all I hear, at most, is the occasional ambient chirp. I'm going to assume 100% density is continuous music. Where is it? For now, though, it's after 4, so I should have said no to the Pope. Possibly break that alliance. Focus on getting Aragon on my side, and then we go to war against Sicily. And by we go to war against Sicily, maybe I go to war against Sicily, and Aragon is not able to help. I'm gonna lock myself in either way. And for now, I'm gonna take a little BRB. Because the cats need to be fed. And I need to pee. And it's wise to stretch your legs every so often anyway. Don't want blood clots like Dad ended up getting. This might be alright. Naples is participating, but so is Provence. Castile's pretty big. France is pretty big. They got this. I could just sit here and wait. And let them take over for me, but first I gotta go. Okay. Still so quiet. Looking at the Reddit, it seems other people are also experiencing the sensation where after a few years of in-game, the music just stops and doesn't come back. They assume it's a bug, and it feels pretty buggy to me, because this is a very, very quiet game. We got sound effects, there's sound effects out the wazoo, but there's no music. I think maybe it's an issue with the post-release. Maybe some unanticipated bug that is interfering with something or other. I can't imagine it's a hardware performance thing. What if I, like, lower some graphical settings and then suddenly the music comes back? $60 maximum FPS? Changing the graphical settings has crashed the game. An error has occurred and the application has quit unexpectedly. Crash report has been generated which could help us fix the issue in a future release. Please tell us more about what happened just before the crash. I turned VSync off, capped FPS to 60, and clicked save on settings. Send. Well, the good news is I can't recall if we saved. Did we save before going on BRB? Because if we did, then we get to be... Error occurred when launching the game. The game is already running. The game crashed! Is it because the crash reporter is still ongoing that I can't reopen the game? The crash reporter is still going. It's literally just sending off 142.6 megabyte crash report. Crash report sent successfully. Okay, now could I re-enter the game? Oh, it's starting up again? What the Reddit had said was that people seem to lose music after a few years, and then resetting the game does make the music come back. You see that? There's actual music again. And now it's gone because the game... There it goes. There's a game. I like how performance tips and tricks is also there. Apparently there are so many complaints about the performance for the game. This computer is from the backwards year of 2019. Purchased in January of 2019, so it's probably technically more like 2018 technology. And it's not too bad for this game. But I guess enough people are suffering that it doesn't matter what I look up for Europa Universalis 5. Just googling EU5 very quiet got me nothing but performance problems and performance solutions. I guess because EU5 very makes Google think, alright, EU5 very, he's gonna say it's very slow, it's very laggy, because that's all the results I was getting. Had to do like EU5 music, no music, minus performance. 1339, 94. So I think we did save. after accepting the Pope's call to arms. So, we're likely locked into the crusade then? Which I have no business participating in because instead of buying a whole bunch of boats, opted to build a whole bunch of roads and expand on my RGOs, which don't even have full capacity yet because tsunami off the coast of off the coast of Amalfi, disease going through every once in a while. But once we get these wheat producers and other RGOs filled in, 2 decades from now, 4 decades from now, we're going to be a powerhouse. Is that a green glow around us? It is. Yeah, we still got locked into the war. But there's music! There's actual music again. I could have 2 more countries as my rivals. So, Pope's not going to mind if I don't exactly do anything with this war, right? Oh, because the war started, game speed is all the way down to bottom. Pretty cool seeing my allies in this war, all mobilizing. How much capacity does my boat have? Flank, flank, flank. Transport capacity of 500. It's 2 boats, so is that 250 soldiers per boat? Or is the capacity of like 500 alone? Like 100 is worth 500 soldiers or whatever? I don't know. $7.58. Claim being made. But I'll still have to wait even after I get the claim since they're still being backed, guaranteed by Aragon, guaranteed by the Papal States. Ideally, participation in this crusade means that the Papal States is going to respect our alliance and not guarantee them. I don't see these guys winning their crusade. They're going against all this red here. And possibly more that we can't see. Georgia? Georgia's going against us this crusade? Minus 200 opinion at war. They're Orthodox, primarily. And defending the Muslims against Catholicism. Georgia. You're not being put to the screws, are you? They have an alliance with Egypt. Guarantee of vassal dependence. In Georgia, the subjects guaranteed. Now what's this icon? Request for food access of Papal States. Padre, we're already in an alliance. You already like me a whole lot. Plus 200 opinion. We tolerate them, they tolerate us. Aiding us, Guelph's allied military access. I'm gonna say no. We already have alliance, we already have military access. But I'm not going to give them the right to forage through our lands as they march down. If that gets them a bit hungry, then oh well. What if the music just doesn't loop? What if the reason why the game music suddenly stops after a while is because they don't actually have their playlist on shuffle and loop. They just have it play once, and then once it's over, it's over. Hate to be them. 16,000? I might end up participating if I don't want to, if these guys start coming over. I should probably raise my own armies. They have 29 boats. Okay, they're going back. They're not going all the way up right now. They're just taking a few islands in the Aegean. Minus 1% war score. I'm not too upset. How's my nobility? 42.58. Coming of age. Luigi Anghio reached the age of 16. Ruler's nephew, courtier in Naples, throwing him a party, and then he could get to work. He represents our crown faction. The crown estate. He's intelligent, administrative ability during education. We could arrange a royal marriage. This is my nephew, Luigi Anghio. No country is available for a royal marriage. If I turn off we'll accept. Suddenly there's everybody else, but they'll refuse to accept a royal marriage. Brabant, you got the 16-year-old daughter of yours? We don't have a diplomat, we have no adult unmarried children, closely related enough to our ruler. Is a nephew not good enough? Oh, Luigi! That's okay, my guy's like 64 years old. When he dies, and... little Giovanna takes over, then you'll be closer related, right? You'll be cousins? She's Neapolitan, she's been raised in the way of the locals. So maybe that'll make my estates like her a bit better? I feel like the music has stopped again. Music? Is density 100 not frequent play? Is it density 0 then that makes it more frequent? Or is music just gone now? They gave us one song and that's it. Do I gotta turn my own music on here? Okay, folks, we're gonna put on some really sick medieval Renaissance era fighting music. Look at all those boats going around. France, what are you doing? That's France, right? They got the fleur-de-lis there? Province. Cessation of church functions. Several members of the nobility have come before King Robert the Wise Andrew with a proposal. Desperate for more lands and titles, they look with envy towards the clergy, who own considerable land. They ask that we transfer church land to them in return for a large cash contribution to the Kingdom of Naples' efforts. Of course, in the long term, we would lose out on tax revenue from the church lands in return for a short-term boost in revenue. Tax revenue on church lands. I wish the church paid taxes. Gain 71 bucks. Nobility gain 10% to state satisfaction. And they also gain an equivalent amount of money. We split the proceeds of the money stolen from the church. Protect the clergy's land. I'll lose 5% to state satisfaction with the nobility. They're up to 42%, I'll be back down to 37. Sucks. Clergy gains 10%. That'll put them all the way to 80. Man, how I wish I could tax the clergy then. We'll protect because stability is also really, really nice. Wait. Do you hear that? You hear that? There's actually a song going on in the background. It's just really, really soft. What if I lower my noble tax a bit? Right now we're at 18.58 per month. I could keep lowering it and it doesn't... It's still at 0.2 increase per month, so taxing them this much doesn't change anything. In fact, I could tax some more, it looks like. That's the current maximum tax I can do. They're still at 0.2, but at least they're earning their animosity this way. Burgers, could I raise more? The maximum tax for burgers is 39%. We're at 38.22. Ah! Instant hate! From 0.2 to 0.002 in the negative. I like the points they're getting, so I'm going to keep them at there. How about for the commoners? I could afford to raise taxes on the commoners. I'll leave the commoners be. Army maintenance, Navy maintenance, and fort maintenance I'm going to return to 0. You know, with spy networks, I might not have the ability to get Aragon to accept my alliance right now, because being at war gives a minus, what is it, minus 90? Minus 100 penalty to going to war. They like me, but they don't want to join the alliance of somebody who's at war. They want the security, they don't want the obligation right away. Isolate from allies. If we had favors. Force them to break an alliance. Covert actions. Corrupt officials. Cost money. But gives us corrupt officials, which is efficiency of their cabinet down. Infiltrate administration. We don't have the advance. Sow discontent. Drops her stability. Support rebels. Sabotage reputation. Minus 50 opinion with the chosen country. Or a worse opinion. What's it there worse that I could assassinate? 75 spy network to assassinate. I thought there was a way. Sow discontent, stability, sabotage reputation. Force to break alliance. That removes an alliance, so not a guarantee. Unprofitable buildings, just in decimals, are doing okay. Nobility is unhappy, but they're gaining a little bit each time. Rebels are worrisome, but they're not a threat yet. Oh snap, they got their boats coming. They're actually trying. Maybe it's about time I raise some armies then. Maybe it's time I raise my army maintenance back up. And then where's my military? Raise levies? Raise all levies. We're gonna do this simply as land protection. $11 days to raise them all. Not instantaneous, like in Crusader Kings 2, you push a button. Everybody rises up, either across your realm or in the areas you want. And then you take the time to walk them over. Though it's not quite as bad as Crusader Kings 3, where you press a button, and then everyone in the entire world coagulates in one or a few locations you set up. Five armies selected. Supply limit 31. There's not a whole lot of supply limit. I'll have to divvy my guys up once I get here to keep them from starving out the place. Which direction is more music? These little guys traveling around together. Pope's hanging out in Lecce. I don't have a way to get down here. Oh, those are my... That's my vassal in Achaia. But I can't travel over. We haven't got... We need to get military access for all these guys, which each takes a diplomat. At the very least, I'm keeping my own homeland safe. We're looking at 14 and 16. Oh no. That is more guys than I possibly have. I just had to say yes to the Pope, didn't I? Okay, can I merge these guys all together? Objective. Drill army, disband unit. Attach, attach. Merge to strongest unit, merge units. There. And now I've all got one giant army right here. That's going to start eating all the food available. The war's at -3. How could I peace out? 3 positives and 85 negatives, total of -82. How do I simply white peace out from here? I got no choice, I just gotta wait. Sanato possible. The clergy's starting to dislike me. I think it's because I got so much fondness with them. They got so much satisfaction that they can only decay back to an equilibrium. You know, I do have levy navies. They got 29 boats. So if I keep their boats out, then they won't be able to attack me. These guys are aggressive with their crusades. It's not like in Crusader Kings 3 where they'll mostly hang around their own territories and go back and forth trying to defend their lands. They went on the offensive right away. Taken over the allies of the Pope here. They took over Naxos, then went over to Achaia, my vassal. And now they're gonna come to me next. Sanato. Let's hold it at our capital. Estate satisfaction recovery up. What should we do? Increase ties to neighbors. Gain 5 diplomats. We have a 35% chance of success with this debate. Because notability is backing the issue. I could always do with more diplomatic reputation. 5 diplomats and a +2 reputation. 5 diplomats is far beyond my maximum capacity. My capacity for diplomats is what? 3 or so? 2 point something? Diplomatic capacity 4.89 right now. Okay. Promote member of the clergy, sponsor a cathedral, expand the officer list, develop the interior. We're gonna go for increased ties to neighbor. Parliament's been called, politicians filling in to settle important issues of the country. Current support is at 54.66%. I can spend some of this support to request certain things of Parliament. And I could also grant more privileges, change some policies to get more support. A market-building village in Lecce is a good idea to have. Nobility will hate it, though, because it's politics. It's changing favors in the Senate. If I just bought a market there, it wouldn't cost me any political points. -7 nobility, -3 from the clergy, 1.4 for the burghers. So granting privileges, manorial courts to the nobility, plus 50% power. We'll get to tax them a bit more. But our cabinet will become weaker too. The right to hold court despite their position and loyalty to central authority is a bold privilege for the elites. Imitate their liege and may be able to attract more taxes and command higher authority across their domain, for better or for worse. I think no. We're not gonna make the nobles a law unto themselves. They still answer to me, damn it. What laws have we got? No laws available. So I think there's no point to that. Crown's at 38% power. We're still the law. Poor commoners, they've only got 3.93% power. But that doesn't mean they're powerless. If my 2.188 million peasants and 169,000 laborers and 4,500 soldiers realized that they far outnumber the burghers, the clerics, and the nobles, we'd be cooked. How's the stabilization, control? Control here is as high as it's going to get, I think, so I should move it around to... I should move it around to nearly every place, gets into roughly the 30s. The province's navy outnumbers the Ottomans, but they are not doing so well. What kind of navy am I looking at here for 48 boats? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna raise my naval levies. Raise all naval levies. Lessened raw materials output. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. We're gonna wait for them to come to us. Plus, it's levies, right? We probably don't have all that much quantity to it. They got better discipline. Can we see what kind of boats they have? Fishing boat. Fishing boat. Fishing boat. They got a whole lot of fishing boats, so maybe there's actually a chance to have our navy go against their navy. "13 days. We've got a gravel road built. They're down to 29 boats. I think we could take them. Is it still alt drag to select navies? Army. Control drag? Okay, it's control drag for navies. All my navy's full. Life in Napoli. As representative of areas that are sometimes quite distant from Napoli, many Senato members often find that life in Napoli during their visit is very different from what they're used to. Some find it both cramped and filthy, and many seem quite relieved when they get to return home. This year has proven even harder than usual for the more delicate sensibilities of our Senato members to endure. The hot months have been unusually hot, the wet months unusually wet, and the cold months unusually cold. A number of Senato members have now decided that they have had enough and approach us asking for help to make their stay more pleasant. Do what we can, lose money, endure like the rest of us, lose 5% support. Let's do what we can then. It's only 47 monies. I got so much money. Alright, let's merge the navies. Capitano Adarico Esposito. He's a naval showman. Traditions and prestige from battles. Better morale. Navy initiative. Fishing boats. How sucky are fishing boats? I don't see any cannon on them, for one. Battle statistics. Initiative. Combat speed, hull size of 4. And no cannons. And also they have a better quality on their guy. Navy movement speed. He's got better damage and combat speed. But we got initiative. Could I replace him? Capitano Seni has ship repair at speed whatever. But combat speed, naval damage done. Possible frontage better, correct section chance better. Initiative is at. I think we'll put him in. We'll also wait until our morale gets maxed. It'll just take a couple of months. Proximity. We're building a road here, right? Or do we just get it to Potenza first? $48 because we have prior roads. It's not going to be too much money to get a gravel road here. And then how about to 297? We got roads here, but it costs so much but one just right over. 207. 184. Okay. Wait. Do we have two navies here? I do have two navies here. Merge them. Under one guy. We're gonna try to do it. We got maximum morale. We got 50 boats, they're 29. Slightly better commander. Their navy has higher morale, the terrain's to their benefit, but it's very likely that our side will win. We won! Instantly! 1.89 war score, ain't that? I don't even see their boats anymore. Do they? Are they stuck there now? Did I consume every single last one? You know, we might actually win this thing after all then. We killed their boats, and now they have limited ability to go against us. So our homeland is safe. That's the important thing for my priorities. They got 20,000 troops here. Ideally, we'll take out this 10 stack, try to wipe them out, and then go for the 16. Lack of food. Look at them just walking across the water. I get what it's supposed to be, it's them disembarking, but it's a funny image. Okay, are they gonna get any recently disembarked penalty? Higher morale, I don't see a recently disembarked. Very likely our side will win. And there comes their reinforcements. We have one. 402 of ours lost, or died. To slaughter 1,900 of theirs. Hardy Warrior, King Robert the Wise of Anjou, has gained the Hardy Warrior trait, army attrition down. Very cool. And their armies are still coming to us. While we have the defensive ground. They were hoping it'd be 20-something against 20-something. Look at them all poking each other. It's a bit more exciting than the usual Paradox game, where it's one big guy against one big guy just poking and poking and poking until one person falls down. It looks more like a proper melee, doesn't it? Food is still not looking good, though, so how about we set these guys to gather food? And then we'll come back and distribute. Every single time I see the skull, I think it's death. It's not a foolish mistake to make. In Crusader Kings, if I see the skull drop down, that means your ruler's about to die. RGO's almost filled up their dudes. I'm surprised that, one, that the Ottomans went on the offensive and went straight for the Greek Isles. Not the Ottomans, the Egyptians and Mamluks. And two, that we've already wiped out so much of their armies. Who's a big contributor for this? Who we sort by contribution? Land strength? Castile, France, then us. Yeah, but where's Castile? Where's France? They're not helping out like I am. War enthusiasm? Where's us? Where's us? Let I scroll by? This is in alphabetical, isn't it? Oh, civility, enthusiasm. I was looking at the wrong place. 100%. Naples said 100% more enthusiasm because we're kicking ass. War exhaustion. Blockaded ports. Participation. Who? Province! I just kicked 2 giant stacks. And I killed their navy. And I'm only at 10%. What is this disrespect? Who do we have here? Is that Castile? Alright, Castile, you're in luck. They're coming right for you. We'll go back, face them. They got about 19,000 total. Let's get our boats back over. We can move our guys out. Battle 1. Okay, more of theirs died than ours did. Battle 2. Distribute food? Or is that less to my soldiers, more for like sieges maybe? Got a bit of red on us! We still got the numbers. And now we're just, I think that's it. I think that's death for us. Their morale is so much better. And they're about to get reinforcements. Do we have... I don't trust this now, man. We got... Yeah, that's death. We lost all of our flanks. We got 2 flanks pushing on 1. I might not be a major EU player, but I could see when the tide is turned against us. Where's my tactical retreat option? Full retreat? And where are they going? Going up here? We killed their boats already, so let's just head on home. We'll let Castile, France, and the Pope take care of the rest of this. $1.2 increase for the Neapolitan nobility. Cool. And how's the parliament going? 49 days left. I think I'm willing to just leave it as is. 50% should be alright. It's better than a coin flip. Now, the major question is, could I drop my levies in wartime if I bring them back home first? Because wars can go on for so long. Surely, I'm allowed to drop them, right? Levies, 5th Army. Objective. Where's my disband option? Detach. Disband unit. Disband levies from unit. Lose 2,000 men from 26 regiments. 8,000 men will return to their original location. Sounds good to me. How's my manpower? 300. Let them go home. And same for the boats. Disband the levies. My regulars are dead. I've lost all of my professional soldiers. But we got some glory in combat. We kicked their ass at sea, we kicked their ass a couple of times. Request food access for... No, sorry, buddy. But we've just brought our peasants back home. They gotta return to the fields. Now, who's this war participation? 46% province, 21%. So it feels like losing gives me more participation than winning. Take Philistan. Palestine. Where's Palestine? If we sort by... what would be under? Provinces? Ah. They're going against Egypt because Egypt holds Jerusalem. Philistine. Which nobody currently holds. So, if I wanted to, it looks as if all their armies are up here. There's 16,000 and they have no more boats because I wiped their boats out. So, would anybody really stop me if I were to take my army down to Philistine? Take over Akka because the fort is over there? Maybe head over to Al-Quds? It's actually a realistic possibility. Music's gone again. Which way is the music density? Is it because I made it 100? Is it because I made it 0? Is it because the music is just really fickle in this game? 20 is default, so I assume that it's at a position where the music plays fairly regularly at 20%. It's also just very, very soft. 230... Oh, we're losing on some support now. Let's put our Navy and Army maintenance back down. I want these guys to get higher. So... there, it's not a major drop in my taxes, but it gets them happier, by a lot actually. As a state and bureaucracy grow, there's an ever-increasing need for people to oversee and administrate various lands and functions. The nobility expect to be first in line when the government offices are being handed out, while the burghers claim that we should appoint men according to individual merit. The unexpected death of a trusted secretary has left a vacant position to be filled at the center of this conflict, and the burghers supporting one candidate and the nobility expecting us to pick another. While both candidates are talented men, this has to be a political decision. Pedigree gets ability, nobility gains 10% of state satisfaction. That'll bump them right up to 54. Self-made men are what we need. Burghers gain 10%. Turn to the clergy instead. Clergy gets up to 88%. I could give it to the nobility. There's no disadvantage here. It's just who do I want to get the 10% boost? Definitely not the peasants. Nobody's saying the peasants. We could bring the burghers to 65%. The nobility is going to get at least 50% in a few months. Who pays more taxes? Who's a happier taxpayer? 8.98 from the nobility? 5.28 from the burghers? Let's give it to the burghers, it's alright. And now they're dropping a little bit because they're at 65%, but that's okay. Though I guess if they're going to drop anyway, I might as well have given it to the nobility and just have them at 54% right away. Maximum tax for burgers is at 39%, currently 37%. $5.34 versus 5.63 is not huge. I need my money, so sucks to be them. Also, inflation is 0. Let's get inflation back up. The big spikes whenever I allow inflation to boom again. It's the way of markets, you know? You can't have... Capitalists even used to have the basic understanding that money cannot go up forever. The price can't go up forever. Number go up, and then number has to go down. And then when number goes back down, things are cheap, and then you buy things up, and number go back up, and then things get expensive, and number go back down. That's the natural course of things. So, you know, number go up, and then number go down, and then number go up. That's a healthier economy than trying to get endless, infinite growth forever. That's cancer. You gotta slough off the old cells every once in a while. Okay, so that gives a 0.05% to inflation. We're still at 0. And so since we're still at 0, what roads have we got? Already a gravel road. Already a gravel road. Melfi is 200. Salerno we have. Campania we have. But I can't build it from Campania to Melfi. It wants to go through De Lombardi here. What if I build from Campania? Could I build from Campania to Melfi? I can. There's already a road from Melfi to Campania. And Campania to Salerno. So why does it want me to build through Sant'Angelo dei Lombardi first? There you go, it's much cheaper to go this way. Let's see how my proximity looks. It's getting a little bit better. The point is we want fewer reds. We want things a lot more connected to the capital. We want the proximity bonus to spread all throughout. So let's go to Foggy. $107 to build this way. $93, $107. Let's do both. We'll do Landry and Foggy, and that'll get Lucca in close range and Berry in close range. Oh, then money go back down. Senato agrees to pass ties to neighbor. There's maximum diplomats. And then inefficient minting once more. Only 92.1%. You know, that's even better. When we got inefficient minting, it cut in half. That's only 7.9% drop. That is perfectly fine by me. Nobles have gone from 1.2 to just 2. Let's drop their tax a little bit. Doesn't matter, it's still 0.2. Never mind then. Nobles can be maxed out on tax. They're almost a 0.5 anyway. Look at them, they're suffering attrition there. Consort Sanca di Barcelona has died at 56. My wife. Her late Royal Highness drowned in the sea. What kind of Ophelia was she trying to do there? %53% on my claim on Sicily. Spy network is still ongoing here. Let's put these spies to use. Covert actions is what I want, not hostile. Sabotage reputation. With Aragon. Have actively worsened how Aragon views Sicily. But that's not going to end their relationship, though. They're still being guaranteed by Aragon. How's Achaia looking? 156 opinion of me. Can we start integration? Start annexation. To last until January 1st, 1350. 13 years! 13 years to get Achaia into my territory. Let's do it. They'll no longer be another nation on the map, but instead ruled directly by our local governors who keep the population in check. And until, for the next 13 years, they'll get a resist annexation casus belli on us. They'll lose opinion, antagonism change modifier, monthly diplomats minus 0.1. How about province? How's province looking? 84. We could try to integrate province into us. That'll give us more landed access towards Genoa, towards Milan. It feels pretty foolish right now trying to absorb an overseas power into me. Offer alliance from Hungary. One, they don't have any boats. They're a landlocked country. I don't want to get involved in any wars of Hungary's. They have more troops. They got 15,000 troops that can contribute in a war. But they don't have an easy way of getting to me. So, unless I was planning on going against Bosnia or Serbia, they could maybe help against the Byzantines. But again, they would have to walk through Serbia. They would have to walk through Bulgaria. They might not get that access right. They have enemies with the Byzantines, with Bulgaria, with Serbia, with Halish. So that's why my cousin, my nephew in Hungary, wants an alliance. He wants me to protect him from his myriad enemies, or to sick me against them. I could. It doesn't just have to be painting the map with me. It's a dynasty thing, right? So I could paint the map with my cousin. Survival of the fittest is often misunderstood to be if you're the strongest monkey, then you get all the resources, you get all the mates, and your genes spread. Survival of the fittest is just for fitness. Fitness doesn't have to be the strongest monkey. You don't have to be the strongest monkey. You don't even have to be the monkey that has mates. If you're the monkey that helps their brother get more mates, then you're still spreading your genes. So if we help Hungary get big, and we keep them as an ally, they could be our Balkan sort of representative while we take over more of Italy. But I think for now I'm gonna have to decline. I don't have the diplomatic bandwidth. Am I able to leave this war? Can we white peace out? It's a minus 25 right now. Months at war, current war exhaustion. War score's in our favor. We got a plus 5 there. How's my armies looking? The thing is, right? I'm pretty certain that we could send soldiers down to take over Akka and then start besieging around elsewhere. The actual war target is Philistine here. And their armies are stuck here because I killed all their boats. So I could potentially do it. We got 8,000 levies. How's my manpower looking? Need 125 to reinforce our regulars. We can start to 5 years of manpower. Monthly production to a maximum of 303. I think I need to save my levies for going against Sicily. That's the hard fact. Let's see how my trade is looking. Trading. Any current trade's gone sour. My sturdy grains and my tar are in the negatives, but that's alright. Fine cloth is also kind of there right now. We can get some more books, we can get furniture. Population needs. I got livestock. Okay, let's do... Let's get that furniture. Let's get some more books. Get some more gold in. Wheat we should be making a lot of. But our population isn't quite meeting where it's supposed to be yet. If the people want legumes, if they want furs, if they want gold, then alright. More sturdy grains from Kiev. Let's get rid of... We'll get rid of this tar. Let's get rid of the fine cloth. And I'll get more sturdy grains. Well, now that I cancelled the fine cloth, that turned it to 4.45 instead of 0.05 in the negative. Maybe that influenced the demand. I say, no more, we don't want it. They're like, sucks. The demand has dropped, price goes up. No, that's not how it works. Demand goes up, price goes up, right? And when nobody wants it... Hold on, I'm working myself in circles here because there's not exactly any such thing as a rational actor. You could always put a higher price to something nobody else wants. If your concern isn't get it off my hand, I have shelf space I need to worry about, and more so, nobody wants this. If somebody's gonna get it, they gotta pay for it. Put some artificial scarcity to it. Tax from commoners is my biggest thing, followed by the trade income. I'm giving you guys sturdy grains. Where's it going? How's my control looking? 39% in Calabria Kitra. We'll try to get these closer to greens. Legitimacy is up back to 75. Crown power gets higher with more legitimacy. 37 to 37. Nobility is also catching up. We're just inching out, though, by 0.04%. Spy networks. We'll sabotage reputation again with Aragon. Can I not do it twice in a row? How about with the Pope, then? Actively worsen how the Papal States view Sicily? I don't expect the Pope to go to their defense anyway. They are still guaranteed, though. Aragon's a big un. I need this war to end. In any direction. Rebels, the Frankian patriots, are actually worrisome enough to show up on my ledger here. Ledger outline, my outline. So let's quit stabilizing country with this fellow. And set him to rebel crackdown. Only show rebels belonging to our own country rather than those of our subjects. These guys, these Frankian patriots, are in our country. They're working towards Frankian independence. There might not be a lot of them, but they are in country. There's a majority. There's 2,000 of them on our lands. With 5% progress. Orthodox Zealot has 66,000 population, almost 67. Target a rebel faction. Crack down hard on them. Who's got the better marshal? He actually does. So let's swap you over, actually. Could I just end the thing? Assign cabinet action or change cabinet action target. Because this is a martial action, and he's got the better. What if I just put you to encourage migration for now? And then set you to rebel crackdown, because you got... Well, it's still minus 0.25 either way, even though Marshall helps. I'm not seeing it make a big difference. Minus 0.36. Then we'll set you to increasing province control. Because we can't have our cabinet members doing the same tasks. That's illegal. Margarita Anguille reached the age of 16, ruler's niece, courtier in Naples. I think we should get some people married. Nobody wants to marry my widowed king. We could marry a local noble, but won't. Child in Sicily. So technically Sicily is our... That's our niece, who's a consort of Sicily. And our nephew, who's a... So this is basically kinslaying. Upper Bavaria, Duchy of Athens. Is there a way to see my courtiers? Government. Is there? There's me. Select unit. Diplomacy, society, organizations, known countries. Where would the people of my court be? Welfs. Is there a way to see my courtiers? I actually do not know. Diseases, maritime, territory, colonies, provinces, society. Got my works of art. We don't have an artist. Requirements not met. We could invest in culture. We cannot. Crown Princess. Five stability to change a cabinet seat. All right, minus 0.01 stability now that we don't have them on do stability thing. Oh, I see now. Hold on. Now it's showing as 70%, 96%. So when I select a thing, I guess it's just showing the base benefit. And then when you add in their statistical thing, then it shows up with the proper 96, 70. I could change my censorship laws. At the cost of 93 stability, how is it so expensive? I feel I can't really toy around with the laws so much when the stability cost is as dire as it is. Commoners getting uppity? Our efforts to keep the commoners in their place has been somewhat too successful in recent times. So harsh is our rule, in fact, that the destitute are becoming increasingly vocal to their complaints and are turning against their landlords, demanding better treatment and conditions. How dare enforce authority? We get 10 value towards serfdom, currently at 7, and changing it 1.10 per month towards free subjects. These things happen, lose noble estate satisfaction. How's the peasants look? They're at 56.72. They'll be dropped down to 46.7. Oh well, they have to enforce their authority. And because they get lower, they actually get a latent positive benefit of 0.3 now of their monthly change. So they'll get back up to 50 in no time, much like the nobles are going to. Can we white peace out here? Minus 21 still. My claim on Sicily is already gonna... Universal Christianity Advanced Research went to diplomats up. Cool. And now we got more going in, right? Advanced Archives, diplomatic capacity. Aragon still has lots of positive opinion on me. Minus 115. They trust me, they like my strength, but minus 100 from war. Minus 100 from war means right now it'd be at minus 15, so I still won't have Aragon's alliance. What if I give him a guarantee? I could offer their guarantee for independence. Gain 5 opinion of Aragon. Aragon gains 10 opinion of us. They'll lose 0 trust of Naples. Will rise at a rate of 5. Rise to 5 at a rate of 0.5 yearly. Maybe we'll wait for a bit. Oh, they got more boats, but it's only 5 boats. 5 boats is enough to move 1,000 army around, though. Why are they not going on the offensive? Where's the zeal for this crusade? It's supposed to be a war for Philistine, but instead it's a war for Greece. I might just have to bite the bullet. Other allies I can get? Hungary is not going to be anything. France? Minus 89. We need to pay to maintain the relation. How about Castile? Maybe if Castile is allied to me, then they could go against Aragon. If war breaks out and Aragon decides to join against Sicily, to join on the side of Sicily. Minus 68. Border distance is huge. And Naples strength versus Castile. We are so weak compared to Castile, apparently. 73,000. How do we compare with them? 17 of theirs versus 9,000 levies for us. We used to be something. We still got more than Sicily. Also, I haven't been paying attention to my 0.31 for inflation. Let's get this back down again. There. Minus 0.03. So in 10 months. And that'll give me plenty of time to enjoy a fatter bank. Unhappy estates. We got 45.58 for nobility, 47.32 for the commoners. Rebel movements. Inefficient minting, minus half now. Let's see. Books, coal, gold, and fine cloth are in the decimals. Wheat, we're missing 3.56. We got so much wheat, though. Do I not have enough wheat being produced? We can max out this RGO in Gaeta. But do we have enough people in Gaeta? Where's my not enough people? Well, I guess all my other RGOs have enough people now. So good on that. Alright, we'll max it out here. That's 50. There's a little bit of... What is this? A lack of laborers in Campania? But they got plenty. Over in Cassano, Alionio. We'll give a +1 to there. And since we have more roads going out this way now for more access and hopefully better control, another +1. And a +1 here. Money's gonna drop. We still get 224 a month for the next 10 months for inflation to go back down. And nose is getting unreasonably stuffy again right now. They're down to 10,000. My regular army is back to maximum capacity at least. Truth of Papal State expiring soon. 500 employees for the Mason and Folge. We'll fill it in 3 years. And rats again. Smallpox? Where? Guffs and Ghibellians. We still can't sanction the Empire again? Not until 6 years from now. And support Ravel we can't do either. Hasn't it been more than 5 years? I feel like more than 5 years has passed. Well, no. Because the start of the game is the year 1337. Only 4 years have passed. You know, with that in mind, I guess this isn't too bad for 4 years' time. If this was Crusader Kings, 4 years' time would be so much progress made, though. Maybe a couple of expansions here or there. Losing population rapidly. It's a disease at play, then. The disease is oh, look at... it's spreading so quickly. Forget the plague. The plague hasn't even shown up yet. Just smallpox alone is getting its fangs into me. Well, the plus side is I'll have 5 years after I get my Casus Belli to use it. 5 years should be plenty of time to reassemble my population, build up my manpower again. Manpower is actually draining because of the disease. Army is reinforcing, army maintenance. Speaking of which... Nah, fort maintenance at a 0 also. From 54 more locations minus 71,000. Ugh, what can I do against depopulation this bad? Ideally, if I grow more crops, then people could be more happy and make more babies. But that's gonna take them a while to grow back up. Is Sicily gonna be subject to this? Sicily is, so we're not alone in this. Looks like Aragon's on the move. What you got going on, Aragon? They're participating in the 100 Years' War. First phase of the 100-Year War. Attacker war goal, England's a defender. Who's helping out who? Who's Aragon with? Aragon is working on the side of England. Well, that's okay though, because if Aragon is busy fighting France... If Aragon is busy fighting in France, they won't be able to help Sicily against me. But I got no manpower. I'm completely gutted here. I'm losing population quick, minus 170,000. Ugh. Ugh. If I'm gonna go against Sicily, though, let's get some more boats here. Where's that build to navy? We'll build traditional galleys, because the defensive difference is not that much, but the cannon difference is. And Sicily, despite being a maritime power, only has... Oh, they got an extra boat! They've actually built an extra boat? Good on them. My understanding is that eventually, after the disease has ravaged my land, the survivors will end up building immunity. But until that happens, I'm losing so much dudes. Look at that severe population drop. We're down to 2.188 million now. We've lost 5 million of our... or 0.5 million dudes almost. Yeah, see, it's gone from minus 170,000 to minus 32,000. I can't take too much happiness in the fact that the toll of the disease is dropping, because that means so many people have died now. We cannot afford 30 sailors. I don't have the sailors to make more boats. $16,000 Aragonese. Because France is our ally in this war, we get to see where they are. There's 16,000 Frenchmen, 7,000 of their vassals, 3,000 of their vassals. Right now it's still no good though. They could bring their armies across the Mediterranean to me. Noble insurgency is up to 5.28%. Frankian Patriots is at a 2.44. So let's crack down on them instead. Cabernet? Rebel crackdown on the nobility insurgents. Commoners are practically zero. Orthodox zealots have some growth, but it's practically zero. Nobility, I don't want them getting any ideas. They're almost up to baseline. And then they'll stop being revolting. We got just decimals here. We're almost caught up in our missing stuff. We're almost caught up. How cool is that? So, this is already much better progress than yesterday. We're building up our casus belli here. We got the Pope in a position where he can't help out in Sicily. But because we're helping out the Pope with his war for Philistine, we got too many penalties to getting an alliance with Aragon. I want to get an alliance with them, but sucks. Too bad. Manpower is now in the plus green 0. Population plus 511. We're slowly gonna grow back up now. Spy network. We can't really do anything else with them. We could sabotage reputation some more, but they haven't got all that much. Their reputation has already been destroyed with Aragon and the Papal States. We could get Athens to hate them. That's their own vassal. Let's put the spy network away, though. Cancel one of the spy network. Because all I need is the casus belli creation. I've already got spies working on that. Now trades. Everything's still looking good for the most part. We can get more stuff. Let's get rid of this furniture trade that's now taking in more money than I gain. We'll get them from Bruges, 2.27. Will I satisfy some stuff? Genova. We can get some more fine cloth from them. Do I also want to get more of these? We can. More sturdy grains. Building missing input, 0.03 for fine cloth. Only 2 for wheat. Population needs, sturdy grains are going to go on forever. Furniture, fine cloth. Oh, would you look at that? The Naples... What is it? The Naples market is gobbling up more of the boots. We're getting more of Greece here. I think quite possibly that building my roads is helping expand my, my market. A little bit from my relation with Achaia, they're getting absorbed into us. But also building these roads out here spreading throughout has got to help make it easier for the people here to get product to and from Naples. Once we finish building the road in Foge, then all this will be more easily accessible. When we finish building the road in Yandere, then that becomes a bit easier. We should go from Yandere to Jaltamure, because then that'll make all this an easier spread too. With Folgi here, I kind of also want to connect this ways. Control and Molise. We got some 15-15. Maybe we should toss some guys back down here. Increase control. Just to keep it topped off every once in a while. Already gravel road, Melfi to Yandere. 101 to put a road here. $115 about a road. Is there a map mode for roads? Is there a road map mode? What would it be under? Economics? Roads. What'd you know? Little dotted lines are road. No, yeah, little dotted line here. Going on up. It's not just our roads, but other people's roads connecting. Though maybe not, because I definitely don't have a road going here. That's probably the route they're taking. I haven't built a road. Not there. I know here I've got, and there I've got. But if we had roads here already, then if I clicked here, build road, it wouldn't say there's already a gravel road from Barlette to... There already is? Well, I'll be darned, there already is. We just gotta connect them to the capital then. So then, when I do proximity, maybe I can only do so much with the roads I make. Although maybe if I build from here to there, and then connect, then these roads... Like, there's a road over here, you could see them. There's a little tiny dotted line in there. They have some existing roads, which is really cool. So in this map mode, the gray is the roads then. And I guess green is good proximity, very good proximity. And then yellow more distal. So if I connect here, will the amount of roads around here then make proximity here much better? Ports are also a solution. We have the claim on Sicily now. But if I were to go to war, pick a goal to fight for. Let me do a save first, because I'm pretty sure that I have to choose my target before it says yes. But I'm paranoid with this game, that if I just press the button, I'll be locked into it. Aragon will not join the war. They do not have enough reason to join the war. The guarantee does not give them enough of a reason. One Aragon is already... Alright, so that's cool. That's very cool. But it's still... I still don't feel confident about my armies. I've only got 8,508. And I'm sure I was in the 5 digits before, not just the 4 digits. I've got enough major population drop. And if I hire mercenaries, it's $750. $750.98. I gotta wait. I gotta wait for my population to go back up. I got 5 years to do it. So, knowing that I have 5 years until my Casus Belli expires, that's a comfort. I've only played for 4 years today. Yeah, Genoa's and the Ghibellines, Milan and Verona. Pretty much most of northern Italy are Ghibellines allied to the Holy Roman Emperor more than the Pope. Even Sicily! Sicily has become Ghibelline this time, and the Pope, in his infinite mercy, is still guaranteeing his independence. Let's make Genoa a rival. I like the idea of taking a bite out of Corsica and the Ligurian Bay. But what alliances do they have, if anything? They got many enemies. They're rivals with Arborea and 80 needs. They went for an easy one. Gazaria is a loyal subject. They have a royal marriage with Venice. Dynastic ties. Creating Casus Belli on Alessandria. Supporting an heir of Achalia. They have an alliance with Upper Bavaria. They have an alliance with the Holy Roman Emperor himself. And Venezuela. That's kind of a bit much. Siena's one of ours. How about Pisa? Pisa could be kind of easy. Give us a foothold here. Alliance with the Papal States? I have an alliance with the Papal States too. They're rivals with Sicily. No shit! You're rivals with Sicily? Wait. I'm looking at me. Look at Pisa, you goof. Pisa has an alliance with Bologna, creating Casus Belli, supporting the heir of. They got rivals, so Pisa's pretty small. And they are Ghibellines. Alright, let's go against Pisa then. Pisa's gonna be our foothold then. Morocco, Tlemcem are much stronger than Tlemcem, evidently. Slightly weaker than Morocco. That's comforting, given we're only slightly weaker after our depopulation. We're much stronger than the Byzantine Empire. Really? Oh, that is sad. If we're much stronger than the Byzantine Empire, we could take You could take more of here. Complete Achaia. Maybe go for Epirus. But I think just getting a foothold here would be good enough. And then maybe getting for Crete too. Sort by war enemies. Sort by rivals. Sort by opinion. Sort by opinion of us. So these are the people who hate me the most. Serbia, Bohemia, Tunis, the Byzantines, Selim-Clem. Morocco hates me the most, and I've done nothing to them. We're on par with England. Mallorca's no match for us. We're a fair bit stronger than Denmark. We're stronger than Sweden. A fair bit stronger than Scotland. Scania's no match for us. Navarre, we're much stronger. Portugal, we're much stronger. Croatia is no match for us. Castile, we are much weaker than Castile. I should hope so. We are much weaker than France. Perfectly on par with Aragon. Now hold on. I can't select Pisa as a rival. Maybe we'll do mutual animosity with the Byzantines then. We're good Catholic Naples after all. That don't want no influence from the Greeks and their ecumenical patriarch. Oh man, we were doing so good on filling in our RGOs. And now that depopulation kicked in, there's my livestock, a whole lot of wheat. Oh man, it's in 4 hours again. Let me grab myself another BRB because I'm getting into this now. Now that we have a better feel for how to maintain our internal development. It's a much more enjoyable game now, even if it's taking forever to go against Sicily. I want to wait, build up more of a war chest, at the very least. We are too even right now. Between 8,500 levies I could raise versus 7,800 levies of theirs. That's too close. That is not guaranteed annihilation. I do have my province would join with me. They have 11,000. Achaia has been butchered. They're down to 8. Sicily has Athens with 1,000. Who else have you got? Athens. Salona right next door. They have 100 dudes. That's nothing. Neopatria has nothing. So their vassals is nothingness. If we were to go to war, 4 friendly participants, Naples, Albania's nothing, Papal States would be a no. What about province? Is province not still ours? King Robert of Anjou. They have an alliance with Aragon. Do they break free? They're not our vassal anymore. But, hold on. Crusader panel, Neapolitan Provencal Union. We're in a union, but we can't rely on them. They like us. We have 5 members in this union, they all like me. Who else is here? These little tiny guys. 1 and 2 and 3 and... Oh, little Mondoli. Could I Could I centralize here? Codified inheritance? Implemented 1333. So we have codified inheritance, right? Unified succession law. Every member of the union adopt the succession law of their senior partner if possible. No member of the union can determine the legal rights of succession of another member. Economy of the union. Unified treasury. Has existed for greater than 5 years, currently 4. Union Foundation allows the following policies. It was already implemented 1st of April 1333. Enables senior partner, junior partner special statuses. Parliament type to Royal Assembly. Union independence casus belli for every junior partner who is weaker than the senior partner. War for seniority casus belli. Maintain federal status. The sovereignty of each member of the union is untouchable and unquestionable. Each throne ruled by a single ruler, it is not the monarch's business to meddle in the affairs of union members. How do I get it tighter? The most powerful and diplomatically astute member of the union can take the role of a senior partner and centralize a union. Every member can propose federal policies to maintain the status quo. Question of unification. The possibility of a unification under the banner of the senior partner is not out of the question. So, we have Naples as a member. At least one of these. We have not enacted seniority. Has existed for greater than 50 years. And we haven't enacted legislature of the union. Need to exist for 40 years. We haven't enacted diplomatic liberties. We haven't enacted economy of the union. Need to exist for 20 years. So in 20 years, we could enact economy of the union. Allows the following policies. Union integration level. Can build roads and members. Can build buildings. Can be RGOs. Okay. So, can we ally with province? They like us. They are us, ultimately. The reason to accept are minus 5.5. Border distance. Pay to maintain and base. Base on what? Not possible because of the union. But does our personal union... It doesn't count as an alliance, though, as a thing. It just puts them in a special international organization. Tunis, you want to be allies? They hate me. We could change it to 41 opinion of us. They really hate me. How about Epiru? Minus 22. They won't accept alliance. Minus 261. Yeah. If I go against Sicily, I'm gonna have to go on my own. Okay. Alright. Let me grab a BRB, otherwise I'm not going to BRB. So. We have so little of the world scene. And we're not going to win this crusade. Because I don't care so much about liberating the Holy Land. Who cares? So, back at a few. Game. I hope Paradox knows that their game is really, really silent. Even when there is music, the volume is so soft. You think maybe that's a problem? Hey, Gaius? What color map did I pick for the map painting game? We are Naples. Because it turns out that the gameplay in the Pacific is tragically insufficient. And, well, I figure that, we're Italian Americans on Dad's side, right? Great grandpa came over when Italy was getting too fascist for him. And grandpa had recently died. We got his funeral coming up. And so, because the Pacific gameplay isn't there yet, and for grandpa's sake, since our folks came from Calabria, over on his side, we're doing Naples. And even though I like to play as the smaller powers usually, if I'm playing like Crusader Kings or something, even in Imperator Rome, when everyone said that Sicily, Syracuse, is supposed to be an advanced start, Syracuse is a hard start, you got Rome above you, you got Carthage to the west. Had no choice but to start as Carthage, since, not as Syracuse, I mean, since how could I not go for the smaller starts? It's in my blood. But I figure a game like this is, end of the day, it is catered more towards larger, settled, more European big countries, right? Like, part of the reason I chose Syracuse in Imperator Rome is because to learn the game, in the first place, it'd be futile to start as a smaller tribe someplace in bumfuck nowhere because you don't get any mechanics playing as a small tribe in bumfuck nowhere. If you want to learn the game and learn the mechanics, you gotta play as either a republic or a kingdom, somebody with size, somebody with teeth, somebody with actual game mechanics. And then once you learn the game, then you could hop on over and do the smaller people, the less features people. So someday I'll do that Pacific unification. Maybe as Yap, since they actually have Yap but no Palau, what the heck? Maybe as Tonga, because it turns out Tonga's there too. It just missed my gaze and I was looking through the Pacific. Maybe as Samoa. But that'll be long after I master more of the game. For now, on the second attempt, I feel like we're doing a fair bit better on control, on building up our roads in proximity, on getting more RGOs built up. Although now we have some severe depopulation, we're down to 2 million. We lost 5 million dudes through disease. And I don't know if I can get my manpower any better. We got a maximum manpower of 303 apparently. I used to have 5-digit levies I could raise. And we now have a maximum of 8,508. Even though this feels like a really slow game pace-wise, it feels like I'm in a much better position yesterday compared to much better position today compared to yesterday. Because we do at least have more infrastructure built up and getting built up. These jerks are just shrinking from the attrition. So for this Casus Belli, we got Sicily is losing more opinion with the sub. That's not my fault. I didn't do that. I dropped Athens' opinion of them. I didn't drop Neopatria or Salona. I want to go to war with them, but it's 7,860 versus 8,000 of mine. Aragon won't join at least. Papal states won't join on either side. Minus 210. Papal states at war. Levy availability is garbage. Albania, at least, if they join up. Oh, they might get me an extra 100 soldiers. I should have made province a vassal while I could. Subject at, let's see, minus 205. It has to be at least 150. Their opinion has to be 150. It's at 84, so we could raise the opinion. But then I gotta turn their acceptance to 200. Reject subjugation reasons. They're a member of the Holy Roman Empire. Province. Province. You're with us, but you're also with them. You're two-timing us. Hey, Toasty. Toasty, don't you dip your poo paws in my water. Toasty. Toasty. You have your own water dish, right? When you drink water out of your water dish, you don't put your poo paw in it and then lick it up. You just tilt your head down, you go mlem mlem mlem. I've seen you do it. So how come with my water, you don't just dip your head in the cup and go mlem mlem mlem? You always go dip, lick, 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 dip. I know what you do with your paws, Toasty. I've seen you bury your poops in the litter box. Toasty, why do you insist on fouling up my water? You're a sweet kitty, Toasty. It's really cute that you dip your paw in to lick it. But your paws are nasty, baby. No offense, I love you, but your paws are nasty, baby. Your paws are so nasty, baby. Don't feel bad, it's just the truth. Where are you going, Toasty? You looking for my water? You get. Oh, you're rubbing your head on my microphone. That can't sound good. What is it, Toast? Now that you're done having your nap, you wanna... Well, I thought you wanna hang out, Toast. I was gonna put you up on my shoulder. You don't want that? What if I make you stand on my shoulder, little acrobat? You wanna climb up on there? Don't sit on my head. Or stick your butt in my face. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Toasty, if you wanna drink my water, just lick it up. Just like you do with your water, Toasty. What are you searching around for? I got no snacks there for you. Are you looking for Onyx? Do you want me to let Onyx out? Here. Onyx has been napping in your dad's room all day long. The lazy kitty, let's get him out. Onyx. Brother's there, Toasty. You don't gotta be too lonely now. You boys have fun now, you hear? Cats! Basically large children. I need allies, but nobody is good enough for me. 9,000 dudes? and no boats. I feel like I'm gonna be basically on my own when it comes to Sicily. I am making $25 a month. If I wait for a bit, I could potentially hire mercenaries. We have one mercenary we could hire for 750. Base cost is 300. Plus 0.10 for inflation isn't gonna turn 300 into 750. But they've only got 350 dudes? 2 infantry, 2 cavalry, 1 auxiliary? That's not a whole lot. Is that gonna make a difference? Oh, they're contracted out to somebody else. They're not adjacent. Who's hired you up? I do have 5 years until my casus belli expires, so I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till my depopulation recovers. Till my manpower gets better than 43. Roberto Angio reached the age of 16. And speaking of coming of age of Renaissance now. A new era of knowledgeable arts and progress is emerging due to the growing interaction of institutions and medieval societies affected by Pax Mongolica, the Islamic Golden Age, and European Renaissance. So what should my focus be? Literacy, which will give more advancement. Legislative efficiency. Cost of court down. Bank interest, we're not taking loans anyway. Mercenary maintenance. Mercenary recruitment, cheaper. But there's only one merc around us, so we can't even hire him right now. Proximity cost. Impacts the proximity cost between all locations in a country. Through roads or maritime presence. Increases proximity. Has direct impact on the control of a country. Could exert over location. Church attendance is stability 002. Deus Volt, we could do religious war. Anti-piracy leagues. Anti-piracy warfare modifier. Diplomacy. Extra diplomats. Marcher lords, we could do march subject types. Casus belli creation faster. Shrewd commerce. Market attraction up. I do like how... Where's markets? Our market is actually growing a fair bit. We're spreading up in northern Italy. We're butting heads with Genova and Venezia. Dubrovnik is losing influence. And we're spreading more into Sicily. Sorry, Tunis. So I do like the idea of market attraction. Trade maritime advantage. Can hire privateers. Diplomatic reputation up. Improve relation better. Tribute system. Subject income better. War score cost cheaper. We might go diplomacy. Heretical and heathen tolerance. Prestige from land battles doubled. Tradition from battles doubled. Cavalry power up. Levy combat efficiency better. Non-culture levy size up. That's more levy. Levy size up in general. Boarding parties, naval damage. Armory disembark speed better. There's a few things I like here, but I do think I want to go for the military focus. I gotta get that edge militaristically since I don't really have allies in the world. And Roberto, Neapolitan Roberto. Father King Giovanni Anghio. Was king of Naples and Croatia and Provence and Hungary. What's his stats? 38, 44, 58. Pretty alright, and of course he represents the crown. Gregarious. Cabinet advisor. We could have him take the vows, and then he'll join the clergy estate. Could we give him a royal marriage? He's not close enough for a royal marriage. Change the character assigned as 5 stability. Otherwise I would. I want to increase more crown power. Nobility has slightly won out over me. Burghers are inching closer towards 50. The clergy are happy in the 70s. Okay. Back to watching the map ferment. What's this? Resolution to vote on. Ilias quae pro divini is being devoted on. Devoted on, debated on. Soldiers of Christ must once again spill their blood upon the shores of the Holy Land. The spirit of the Crusades must be revived, for God wills it. They gain what? Antagonism received -20. What do they mean, spirit of the Crusades must be revived? We were unable to get Aragon as an ally because a pope just had to pull me into their crusade against the Mamluks. I would think it's already alive and well. Papal States gets 5 votes. I still get my 2. Is that based on the number of cardinals we have? Yeah, it is. We got 2 cardinals. France has 6. How'd you manage that? Provide seas of power opportunity. So basically, Catholicism just gains -20% antagonism. That's it. Is there a catch to just losing antagonism? What else do we have here? Immensa Aeterni Die. Reorganize the Roman Curia, establish permanent congregations of cardinals to advise the Pope. In Cana Domini. All faithful should condemn and report any acts of piracy. Libertas Ecclesiae. The notion of freedom of ecclesiastical authority from the secular or temporal power guided the Reform movement, which began in the 11th century. But what if the puppet of the Holy Roman Emperor is sitting on the throne of St. Peter? We don't have the religious influence. We got 16.73 after... What is this? 7 years? 5 years? 5 years? 5 years got a 16 religious influence? Well, I don't see why not. Let's vote yes. Nobility's getting better. Rebels. The Francian Patriots are getting a little bit high again. Nobility Insurgents is set at 3.35 though, so I want to keep on that. How's my control look on the boot? 30, 30, 20, 20, 20. We got a little bit of teen here. Got some 14s around. Let's switch this control over to Molly's. Now the 14s are around here. And a little bit up over here. $156. What do I want to do with all this money? Missing some wheat because people have died off. Surprise, surprise, surprise. We got 3 years for wheat to come back. 53 months in Martinique. Ugh! Depopulation is a bitch! What if I try to improve my roads for now? We got one building over there, right? We got one road building from here to there. No, we haven't got that yet. 99 to build it. And that'll connect this. And then all this will have these roads around them. And hopefully that'll help my general proximity to spread a bit better around here. I might have to build some ports proper, though. Proximity. Path through roads or maritime presence from coastal locations. Maritime presence builds up over time. Vital for trade and control. If we're at peace, or just from having ports, a navy in a sea zone can quickly build up presence again. Is there a map mode for my... naval maritime presence? It's in green. Looks like pretty decent maritime presence. It's decaying, though. 42. 37 and decaying. Papal States is more over here. Kingdom of Naples is only 0.15. Kingdom of Sicily getting higher up there. Okay, boats. We gotta set you back towards patrolling the seas to increase maritime presence in these highlighted sea zones in particular. We'll set them here for now. Oh, they're actually doing it? So maybe the reason why they used to just sit around it a bit or just sit in the port is because we already had our presence pretty high up. Widespread support among the commoners and the nobility for our current policies. Indeed, they are being magnified well beyond their actual efficiency as proof of the government's goodwill and interest in the welfare of our kingdom. Give money to those who need it for 7 whole stability. Invest in our government for 10 legitimacy. That'll be more crown power. And then pop leave rebels threshold. Great power score. Build our treasury for 90 bucks. That's it, 90 bucks. If 90 bucks could buy me 7 stability, I'd be mashing that button all day, every day. Stability, sadly, tends to drop. At 40, I guess 40 is a new baseline. 50 is what it would decay to back at Imperator. But at 40, I get minus 0.00. I'll keep it there. But let's get that legitimacy. 89 legitimacy and still climbing? unpressed casus belli. I have until November 4 years from now. I'm okay with that. So let's see. 86.95. It's slowly increasing. We are going to be ready when it's time to go against Sicily. And they're getting lower, we're getting more, they're getting fewer. Okay, let's get some new advances here. We've actually got a whole lot of things we don't have access to. Requirements not met. We have embraced banking, we have not yet. Age of Renaissance. Renaissance requirement not met. We have not embraced the Renaissance. Oh, really? It hasn't appeared on us. It could appear in these locations with these probabilities. Well, I gotta conquer these places then to get that embracing. Dubrovnik could get it, but Napoli can't. Genova, all the more reason to take them on. Professional armies not met. We haven't embraced professional armies. Paris, Genova, Venezia. Nothing for us. This disrespect. We could do scholarly treaties. Revoke privilege cost cheaper. Embrace institution cost. This is all I get, just this one tree here. What else can we get through this tree? Let's start with the right, because that looks smaller. Grant privileges cost cheaper. I don't want to do that. War with no casus belli cost cheaper. I don't want to do that either. Stability cost is still stability cost, even if it's cheaper stability cost. Maximum RGO size is cool. Food production better. Supply limit. Maximum RGO in towns and cities. Max literacy for clergy. Burger literacy. To maritime trade advantage 002. Tolerance. Inquisition law. Formal city rights. Founding town cost. Monthly prestige. Cavalry power. Non-culture levy size, so it's more levy. There's the open levy standard. And levy size in general, so if we wanted, we could take a bit of a while. Embrace institution. Grant privilege. Maximum RGO increase. Food production increase. Literacy for clergy. Tolerance. Cavalry up. Non-culture levy gets bigger. Levies in general get bigger. Or if we go the left tree. Improve relations better. Loyalty of subjects up. Leading to noble estate satisfaction equilibrium up. Make them easier to placate. Army morale by decimals. Peasant levy. Army levies. Army morale recovery speed. Army initiative better in general. So quicker morale recovery. Better initiative. The chance a regiment would engage during the combat phase of combat. Or if we go for this tree over here. Subject opinion. Max literacy nobles. Diplomatic annexation costs cheaper. Expected cost of court cheaper. Medicaments output. Their cost, maybe? Or their production? We could do Mediterranean galley. 9 cannons and 7 hull. That would actually be an upgrade over the cogs. That could be an upgrade over the regular galleys. The regular galleys are an upgrade over the cogs, I say. Naval tradition up. Naval damage done. Army disembark speed. To be honest, I'm not too whelmed. Maybe I should have gone for something else instead. We could finish off things of the Age of Tradition. We still have cultural traditions, army traditions, religious influence, extra religious influence, stability investment, cost of purchasing food, construction speed, maximum RGO size. Well, let's start off going for... We gotta do scholarly treaties to get anything else anyway. So let's get that going. Herald from the minor Beylik Dulkadirid accepted a peace offer from their former enemies of Papal States. Military access, food access to Papal States. Forced convert Dulkadirids to Catholicism. Oh, would you look at that? The Pope actually made his way on down there. It took him long enough. This war has been going on for so long, though. Defender ticking war score in their favor. You know, I'm just helping the Pope. I did my part. But what do you know? They'll accept peace. We could send a peace offer to Egypt and get white peace. Alright. They've accepted our generous peace offer. We're now no longer participating in the Crusades. Will Aragon accept... He's at 97 opinion of us. Will he accept alliance now? Minus 19. We're still improving opinion. Would improve by 41 over time. I say we wait. We're gonna get that alliance. They're gonna help us out eventually. But since we're no longer at war, not possible because of a union with province. Otherwise, he would have accepted alliance. Minus 189 to make them a proper vassal because of reject subjugation reason. Border distance, base, tax base, literacy, different primary culture. Byzantines. 868. Is that counting? They have 200 standing army and the possibility of raising 868. Oh, that is tragic. We could actually start spreading out pretty well over this direction. Do we make a mutual rival out of them yet? I don't think we did. We're much stronger than the Byzantines. Sicily is already our rival. Byzantine's already our rival too. I didn't realize it was mutual. Well, I don't want to antagonize anybody else right now. So if these are my only options for rivals, I don't need to pick one right now. Candia is insignificant compared to us. Could we force them to become a vassal? They have a truce with these guys. Enemies, rivals, part of the Catholic Church. Their overlord is Venice. Agitate for liberty. Nah. Venice would join as a war leader. How about Epirus? Epirus is still with the Byzantines, right? That's her overlord? Overlord is the Byzantines. Royal marriage with Salona. They have 1500, so technically they're in a stronger position than the Byzantines are. But they might be a pretty good acquisition, and that would kinda join our connection with Achaia there. I kinda want to connect things here. And then maybe pull up a bit more of the coast. If we go to war with the Byzantines, Trebizond will join, and then who else? And Epirus. So Epirus is going to join anyway. And if I go to war with Epirus instead, well, of course Byzantines are going to join. So I'll be fighting. I'll be fighting the same powers anyway. And we're now officially weaker on land comparison, now that we're adding the entire party in there. Where's Trebizond? Over here? So, the smart play would be to focus on Sicily for now. And then we can gobble up things over here, become more of a Mediterranean power. Why do I have the down apple? Markets with low food stockpiles. No. I'm actually bleeding on my food stockpile now. At least building inputs are still in decimals. That's okay, I could accept that. I need these pops to increase already. I need my millions back, man! I lost so many hundreds of thousands of people to disease. I got no control over that. We have ways of improving migration. But I don't think I really have ways of improving population growth. Migration speed and attraction. We could improve development. Who's got better development? Or who's better, well, 38's as best as I got here. Development would also increase population, would it not? Probably what you want to do when you have nothing currently urgent to do. We can't change marriage laws away from monogamous marriage. Peasant levies. We could change to noble levies. Noble levy size, 20%. Levy combat efficiency is better. We currently have peasant levies. Worse combat efficiency. Monthly progress to quality, monthly progress to quantity. What's our societal... Where would I put my values? Values. Quantity and quality. We're currently tilting towards quantity. Cheaper maintenance, possible better frontage, initiative worse, food consumption better. With quality, more expensive maintenance, but better recovery speed, better tactics, better initiative. I kind of feel like I do want quality over quantity, though. And I do want more centralization. Encourage societal value towards centralization in cabinets. Means I have to select somebody to actually do that. Okay. I do think I want to do noble levies. Administrative laws. Feudal administration. Gives us food production and decentralization. Local courts lowers max control. Central council, efficiency of cabinet up. Become more centralized, become more aristocratic. Autonomous council, legislative efficiency better. Feudal de jure laws. Peasant estate satisfaction by blood, speed of integration. Legal code, we could do civil code. Or traditional law, estate satisfaction up. Royal court customs, aristocratic. Noble estate equilibrium, costs more. More towards aristocratic. Itinerant court, move capital cost cheaper. Proximity cost through land is less. Rural parliament, yes. Court of culture, cultural influence up. Skills of new artists is up. Court cost is as expensive as it is now. Doesn't matter then. Socioeconomic laws. Border controlled as open borders. We could disallow foreign migration. But we don't gotta do that. Culture, tradition, martial society, or civil society. Maximum tax for peasants. Education for the masses. Religious teachings. Max literacy for nobles, clergy, burghers, and peasants, and laborers and soldiers, and clergy estate satisfaction. Uneducated masses. Is only nobles and clergy get to be literate. Nobles are happier with that. Moves towards serfdom, moves for traditional mining laws. Currently is noble-controlled mining operations. Expanding raw resource materials time is lower. Nobles are happier. Peasants controlled. Free subjects, peasants are happier. Burgher controlled. Expanded mining cost is cheaper. And estate laws. Distribution of power. We have traditional. Favor the wealthy. Favor the ruler. Favor the faith, favor the elite, favor the common people. Crown power is -10 with traditional distribution. Estates are slightly happier, legitimacy's higher. If I favor the ruler, they get a penalty to their satisfaction equilibrium, but I get 20% crown power. Holy shit, 93.58 to change the law! I can't get that much stability! I want to change my levy laws to nobles, but that's 93.58. How is it so expensive? I gotta wait for the Senates, don't I? I gotta wait for the Senate, and then propose a law change. And that's the way it gets easier. I gotta make some concessions with others to get the laws I want pushed without having to spend 100 stability. Almost to 9,000 levies. And Sicily? Almost to 8,000, but that's not advantage enough. I demand, I desire more advantage. They got 3 boats. They got 3 galleys. Wait, was that just her tech? Sicilian navies, 3 galleys, 1 transport. They can build galley, traditional galley and cog. They're trying to compete against my boats. Where's our maritime at? Religion, culture, harbor capacity is pretty grim. And the green for maritime presence here? 39 is just above Sicily still, though. We're still competing hard. Sicily is even better in the Gulf of Catania. Rebels aren't doing too badly. Nobility is almost up to 50. The unprofitable buildings are only in very small decimals. It's good. They need so many grains, so much wheat. Let me see how my trades are doing. We got room for more trades. We need cloth still, right? Fine cloth for 2 buildings, but our people don't need fine cloth. They need sturdy grains, they need fruit, they need furniture, they need wheat. Yeah, more sturdy grains we could give them. Kiev. And anything on rotten. If I turn these negatives off and then try to re-get some more. There, see? Now we got closer ones with better trades. Furniture will turn off. Gold, I'm sure we can do better. Tunis, we got better books than that. How about more sturdy grains? Any other sturdy grain options are in the plus? No? We could do fruits. But then again, Sicily also. Sicily also has fruits, don't they? Yeah, they got fruits right here waiting for me. Waiting for me to take those off their hands. $31 months, 51 months. How much per road here? 230. We would have to build towards... Already got a road here. The Narfo. We got one in Gaeta too, so we could go Sora instead. Let's make a road in Venafro. Because we got a surprisingly decent network of gravel roads now, but things are still pretty hard to maintain access in. We get all these dark red, scabby colors still. How you doing, Pope? Still at war? War scores of 8.71. He's actually making progress. So Sicily is building more boats because they want to compete with the maritime presence here. That's what's really going on. Sinibaldo. I'm surprised my guy's lived so long. He's 66 years old. That's better than yesterday, isn't it? I'm a max for my meager diplomatic actions. Aragon, what do you say? We're improving relations still. We got 37 more we can give him. Offer alliance. Minus 17 if we do new defensive league. The reason to accept is 65, but it won't give us anything as far as getting more opinion. Offer guarantee. Aragorn gets 10 opinion. Guarantee's alright, right? We're just guaranteeing their independence. We'll give them the guarantee. Cost 1 whole diplomat. Genoa's getting pretty big. They're pushing more into Sardinia. Though my Guelphs are also losing out. Province has proposed that Neapolitan Provincial Union enact policy for the Union Foundation. Vote can now be cast. Union Foundation. They want to establish seniority. Well, that's good though, isn't it? Enables a senior partner, junior partner special statuses. Unlocks Union Independence Casus Belli for every junior partner who is weaker than the senior partner. Oh no. War for seniority Casus Belli for every junior partner who is equal or stronger than the senior partner. Oh no. So either the sovereignty of each member of the Union is untouchable and unquestionable, each throne ruled by a single ruler, it's not the monarch's business to meddle with the affairs of Union members, or the Union can only hold together from a single throne, designated the senior partner of the Union, shall also determine which throne shall represent the Union of the whole. I want to consume province. So, I will happily vote. Province is voting to establish seniority. I have 190 votes. Naples becomes a senior partner. The de facto leader of the Union, the seat of power for the ruling monarch. All centralization efforts revolve around the senior partner and its relation with other members of the Union. Parliament type. So we're going to get the Royal Assembly type. Alright. I'm going to vote to enrich myself. $240 votes. There is 130 votes left to go. Could they beat us? I rather like that province is voting to become closer with me then. Minus 18 for the burgers. Commoners 52. 4878. Neapolitan nobility is almost ready to rejoin civility. We're up to 9,000 levies. And Sicily, stuck at 7,800. It's too soon for me to take comfort in that. Ilias quise pro divini. The Cardinals of the Curia come to a conclusion, have now enacted 10 years of less antagonism. So let's see. 14.4. They have trust in us. Naples' strength is a down. I think they're slightly run par right now. My 9,000. 31,000! How? How did you do this? Alright. Aragon would clearly be the superior partner of this relationship. They're single. Speaking of which, how's my kid doing? "14 years of age, she's already got her marriage to Andrew Andrus, who's currently doing all right with his education. 49 months. So, in the important parts of the country too, all of my wheat growers. At least I don't have to worry about missing food anymore. How's Hungary looking? They're at war with Wallachia. I knew they were going to go to war with somebody, and that's why I didn't want to accept their alliance when I did. Started this year, so it's a young war. A fresh war. I could still go either way. Get open a few more things. What are our needs right now? A little bit of fine cloth, a lot of wheat. Sturdy grains are always in demand. Furniture, sturdy grain, fruit. Here, have some furniture. For population needs. More sturdy grains from Kiev. Fine cloth is coming down at least. Maybe they'll be happy if they got nicer clothes. How are my balances looking? We got no... What is it? No inflation anymore. So I could go ahead and raise it again. The lack of material, though. Rising inflation. Inefficient minting still. Lack of access to needed goods, decreasing the amount of money we get from minting. That's why the number's so low. There. Plus 668 from the minting. Gotta get this number all the way back up. Could I tax the nobles more? Tax the nobles a bit more. Burghers just like me a little bit. Commoners, 0.30. The commoners don't mind being taxed more. They're perfectly happy being taxed more. They're happy to go to maximum taxation. How about the burghers? 0.16 still? We can get them up to 20. 0.20 a month. The money is still going all the way up. There's no harm in letting them have a little bit of a tax break there. Our legitimacy is already so very high. So if I drop the cost of court right now, lower the expense, legitimacy as high as it is, I can be perfectly satisfied with, hey, even 0.05 a month. Yeah. Lower the expense all that much. Diplomatic spending, I'm sure it can go a little bit lower on. Till we get to 0.5. $31 a month in coinage. Oh, Hungary is doing good against Wallachia. They've already got one country down. It looks like they got a bit of a wall here. 3 entry points, so they got 1. Unpressed Casus Belli, diplomatic action because they're at a limit. Aragon, what do you say? They still say no to alliance, -12. Offer fleet basing rights. Spreads 10% embraced institutions to Naples. Oh, you know what? That could be good. Giving people fleet basing rights to get ideas to spread across. And then more tech that way, right? Embraced institutions. Unlock new advances for that age. And it'll give us 10 extra opinion of Naples. Alright, let's offer fleet basing. Alliance is still an X. -10. So we still gotta work for it. We gotta grind that up. 17,000 French and 13,000... Oh, they're surrounded! Oh, they are not doing well against France. They chose poorly their target. It's not really their target, they're just participating in the 100 Years' War first phase on the side of England. Sicily! 77,000 Sicilians are getting smaller. And we got 9,000. Let's get some more boats going. Build some more boats to here. Some more traditional galleys for the firepower. The firepower. Sailors? We can't afford the sailors. Damn it. Sailors are at 0. Because of Navy maintenance. But Navy maintenance is as low as it gets. If I increase Navy maintenance, it's still 3. So I cannot get any more sailors than I have right now. 38, 37, slowly increasing over it. 40, 39. 39, 45. We're slacking. Hey, our number of unprofitable buildings is going down. It's gonna take us forever to fill this up. How many thousands of people we need? Arezzo joined the Guelphs, good job. Could I do anything with this? We could support the Imperial rival again. Ruler is still Ludwig IV of Upper Bavaria. Guelphs have 9% progress, Ghibellines have 8%. Requirements to sanction them. We can't do it for 5 more years. Let's support the Prince Bishop of Salzburg still. They're at 85 score. Every member of the Guelphs and Salzburg will mutually improve their opinion by 50. Upper Bavaria. Salzburg, they're at 92, like with us. We can form a defensive league alliance. Minus 64. Man, I've been supporting you for how long? Inflation 0.17. Banking appeared in Geneva. Parma has Renaissance, the lucky devils. I want some innovations to show up on me. 45 manpower only, it's so tiny. Scorch with ability, lose food. Disband the unit. Balance the unit. We could make this unit available for hire. It's only 250. It's decent soldiers. But right now, they're kind of insignificant soldiers because it's only 250. Let's make them available for hire. Total income is a sum of a hiring fee and a product of monthly fees over the duration of a contract length. Contract length in months is 1. $35 months. My guys aren't worth nothing. Let's make them at least worth 5. Why would I not make them cost as much as I can? The premium for hiring the mercenaries, base cost of $875. Maybe nobody's gonna hire them if I make it too expensive. $788 I think is alright, base cost of $525. We still get 900 gold if I'm reading this correctly. Make this unit a mercenary. Alright. With me as its general still. The King of Naples, mercenary captain. Of course, folks have to hire it first. 0.17 inflation. It's perfectly fine by me. That means more money for me. It's more money coming in. We'll fight inflation after I get a nice little piggy bank. I'll wait till it gets to like 0.3 and then get it down some. Development 0.0042. I feel like that's a very bum deal. Generous merchant family, one of the greatest and richest merchant families of the Kingdom of Naples, have decided to reward us for our just rule with a sizable donation. As well-respected traders who built their fortune from commerce, the family has developed a reputation as generous patrons of religion and the arts. Now with this newfound wealth, we can strengthen our coffers or give patronage to new talents. One artist, Tedice Fieschi, has begun to achieve some renown in local circles, claiming his service could be quite the boon for our court. 131. Or sponsor Tedici to honor the family. We gain more prestige. Prestige is kind of our junk stat right now. Money is good, but I'm gonna get the artist. He's an inconspicuous artist. Direct impact of the art. Oh, I should have paid attention to that. Maybe I should have picked up the cash instead. Make me some art, artist! I've only got the one painting. But we got him for free, so that's alright. How's Achaia looking now that he doesn't have the Mamluks all over their shores? 33 army. And 1 boat. Sicily trying to keep up still. 4 boats to my 7. Okay, let's get inflation back down. I got to have my fun for a little while. Now let's... -3. And only for a small drop of 5 per month. I made a kitten. Alright. I could recruit 4,000 regulars. That's gonna be money though, isn't it? That draws from money and manpower. 9,500 levies versus 7,800. I want to take the whole hog. Isn't Sicily also part of the Ghibellians? Yeah, they are. The traitorous bastards. So we get rid of Sicily, that's more on our side. Mostly southern Italy and the middle bits against northern Italy. "46 months is the most." At least our population is slowly returning. 523 per month is so small, though. But on Hungary, they got the whole thing. Oh, they didn't even get the whole thing. They just pushed a little bit over the mountains. Did they not want the bad boy points by taking all of Wallachia? Neapolitan Provencal Union weakened. Cortona no longer in our union. Change of ruler. Oh, we died, finally. King Robert the Wise of Anjou has died at the age of 67. King of Naples. He died while his army was camped at Napoli. His all-consuming lust for money and wealth shall not be missed. Albania loses liberty desire. Carlo Anghio becomes our regent. Craven. Monthly prestige down. Loyalty of subjects down. Until Giovanna comes of age. Next year, it looks like. Since every pre-made character is a January 1 birthday. January 1 birthday. So, who's this? King Carlo Anghio is the king of Albania and regent of Naples. Albania has its own king now. Have they also left our union then? I know Province is still with us, right? Province is still in the union. Albania's gotten their own king, Carlo Anghio. You got no spouse. Do we still have our casus belli in Albania? No. We let that one expire a long time ago. That was like automatically populated. But I was thinking, now that Albania is effectively independent from us. But they're still a vassal of Naples. They're not in the Union, but we are their overlord. Professional armies have appeared in Dijon. Oh, we're like a commander here, though. Nobility's got more power over us. What if our general is Roberto Anghio? This is a very small army that doesn't matter at all. Luigi Anghio, 50, 52, 27. We got two Luigi Anghios. They're not very... Hey, Hordian, you're going to bed? You dropped in just to say goodnight. Well, goodnight to you, Hordian. You came to check how the crayon's going? Hordian, my crayon hasn't even moved. We got caught up in a crusade with the Pope because he wanted to go get some Mamluks. But that's alright, because we've been focusing more on our internal development this time. So, it feels like things are going so much better. Our relationship with our estates has been better balanced. I have a good size boot. It's the default size boot. It's the same size boot as it started. How different is this game for Crusader Kings? Very. It's not even the same game. Crusader Kings is entirely character focused. So, it's all down to who do I want to marry to build family relationships, for alliances or peace. Who do I want to antagonize based on their cultural, religious relation to me in the grand scheme of things. This is both a lot more... What's the word? a lot more abstracted for a lot of the things that you can or cannot do. But it's also a lot more specific, because my stability might not be based on the actions I take. They're more based on events that raise the number up, number go down. But as far as development goes, I have to do so much more to build up the resource acquisitions, to build up road networks, so we actually have decent mobility through these areas, decent control, or not. There's a lot more abstraction, but also a whole lot more granularity, which is pretty exciting. My stability is cringe? Kinda. Stability is, at the end of the day, a dice roll. You have more ability to change stability in this compared to EU4 or compared to Imperator Rome. I could devote money directly towards stability. I could have my cabinet members work on stability. No action assigned. Well, there we go. Then we could have stability investment with that. But at the end of the day, big stability gains or losses are down to, did you get the event that raises it? Strengthen government for legitimacy. We could change societal value towards quality. I do want to. If we're more belligerent, we get faster casus belli, less antagonism from taking land, less antagonism from breaking truce, less war score cost, the worst diplomatic reputation too. Oh, I'll try not to sleep too late, Hordian. Let's see. Just gotta make dinner tonight, maybe play some Let's School afterwards, catch some Kakariko no Yadomeshi. Quality, cheaper maintenance, possibly better frontage, worse initiative, less food consumption, quality, more expensive maintenance, morale recovery speed up, military tactics up, initiative up. I think I want quality. It's gonna take a while to inch on over, but it is at 0.08 in that direction now. Oh, lack of a commander in the Navy too. Really? Well, in that case, who's it going to be? We have a burger here. I do want to put... I want to put these crown guys. Well, let's see. 50 and 50. Better morale, maritime presence, better initiative, damage done, combat speed. Nobles are, of course, better when it comes to combat. This general's not too important. We'll put Roberto Angio as a general here. And I guess we'll put the other Angio. I want crown representation primarily. To slowly inch more crown power up. We're at our peak for diplomacy. Aragon, now that we've died, they still have 131 opinion of us, but they still won't do an alliance. -6. They got 24,000 army. How about we offer them military access? They'll gain 10 opinion of us. Food access, they'll gain 10 opinion of us. They are at war, is one thing though. But they're not at war alone. They're at war... Subject loyalty, Mallorca... I gotta get used to these icons, man. That's the rivals, international organization, enemies. Are they not at war anymore? Building blocked, guarantee, alliance. I don't think they are at war then. Do they finish? They have a truce with France. Okay. Let's give them military access. They gain 10 opinion of us. And that's still not enough to push the needle. It's -5. Oh, -6. It went to 5. Oh, -1. It's at -1 now. It went 6, 5, 6, 3, 1. So maybe we'll finish stream with the alliance with Aragon made. We got so much money now. How's our roads looking? We're still building this one? No. Oh, these two aren't connected yet. The road terminates here, and the road terminates here, but they haven't joined together. $84 to build. We got 18 sailors and dropping. How's control looking? 30s are nice. 14s are kind of meh. 15s. 18, 19. This could use a top off. Here, let's... What do I want to do? Stabilize country. Diplomatic. Assimilate. Develop province. Migration. Increase control. We'll get those back up. Aragon. -1 Aragon. June time Aragon. -1 still. You can't hold out forever, Aragon. We turned -6 into -1. What other access options can we do? Offer food access? Buy location, embargo nation, offer a loan, send a gift. Let's offer food access. That's 10 more opinion. Offer alliance is now yes. We just have to wait till July for our diplomats to return. And then this means we'll have to wait for our diplomats to go back to 1 until we could declare war on Sicily, but that's okay, we got time. And at plus 0.15, we'll have enough anyway to declare war on Sicily. Rebels are getting uppity, the Frankian patriots. Get that alliance. Well, cost capacity for Aragon, cost capacity for Naples. Spreads embrace institutions to Naples, spreads institutions to Barcelona. And then let's go ahead and cancel improved relations, because we've already got it as high as we need to. Oh! Finally have our alliance. It just took all game. And Sicily. Sicily has subjects. We have royal marriages. Part of the Ghibellines, the jerks. They're being guaranteed by the Pope in Aragon. We have Casaspelli on Ancona again, but they're not going to war with Ancona yet. But now we could declare war. Athens, Neopatria, and Salona will go with them. Aragon and the Papal States will not. Nor will they join me. War exhaustion only -1, lacks a border, in debt. Border distance, levy availability, target opinion. The Pope. They're at war still. How's the Achaean army looking? Garbage! Complete and utter garbage. Albania's got 1,000. And Sicily has Athens with 1,000. Salona with 100. Neopatria with 100. So these guys aren't too much of a trouble. Too much trouble, but 9,862 versus 7,800. I'll feel a whole lot better if I had 5-digit levies, and more importantly, if I didn't suffer my poor population. We had 2.6 million. We're now down to 2.19, and very slowly increasing 1,000 every 2 months. I have 3 more years to press this Casaspelli, so I'm very satisfied with taking time to rebuild first. We have loads of cash. There are 2 mercenaries to choose from. We cannot recruit our own army as mercenary. Rovegno band. Cannot afford the 750. Already being hired out by somebody else, I guess. Choose a mercenary leader to gather an army for me. So, that's something we can do then. We could hire somebody. Sort by cost. Sort by the military ability. 8098 is pretty good. Capitan Adam de Gaeta. Costs 136. Footmen. Cavalry. But I think for now I'll call it here. I'm pretty satisfied with what we've done today. Basically redoing the attempt from yesterday. Yesterday we managed to get Sicily taken over, at least half of it, by the end. But we were kind of floundering in our relationship with the estates. And we got crowned back up to dominating over the nobility. And definitely hadn't developed our land as well as we could have. This time, Sicily, it claims we're much stronger than them. I'll take their word for it. But they have 7,800, we have 9,800, that's 2,000 more. But you know you always need better numbers. So Sicily we're gonna save for tomorrow, whenever. But at least we're in a better position to bounce off for that. The pace seems slower, so it's not as big a deal that taking Sicily is more of an ongoing project than a simple thing like in Crusader Kings where it's marry into a claim, fabricate a claim pretty easily, send some guys over. We gotta work at it. It turns out it takes work to destabilize a country's international reputation and then gobble it up. But I am going to call it there for tonight. It's plenty late as is. I gotta make some dinner. And I know that at this hour, Grom should be on, right? It's a Wednesday after all. And lo and behold, there he is. MP's on too. Girly Tetris and other retro achievements. It's been a while since MP did a stream. He's been doing a lot of retro achievements on his off time. Who should we raid then? MP or Grom? MP or Grom? It's remarkable. I look at the Europa Universalis 5 category. Yesterday morning when the game was just released, it was like 30,000 viewers. Today when I started stream, it was like 14,000 viewers. I look now, at the end of stream, 1,400 viewers. I can't believe it, the game's already dead. What the heck, it's only been one day. Alright. Let's go raid Grom. Because Grom's cool guy. And could always use more eyeballs and support. So thank you guys for hanging out. I think I'll take the big boy step of taking over Sicily the next time. We're doing pretty good at making money. We got more allies, we got better development, so hopefully we're in a spot of good resiliency for taking it on. You guys take care of yourselves, enjoy the rest of your night. Do stick around for the raid and say hi to Grom, and I'll catch you guys next time. Take care.
Tomorrow 走ろう新しく Tomorrow 輝こう強く